Hi, welcome everyone. Let me repeat what I just said. Welcome to my call. We're going to try to do these once every couple weeks here instead of once a week, trying to find a good spot for us with everybody's calls that are going on. I know some are super popular, super important, and just people's regular calls. So trying to find a spot and a time for me. I'm thinking Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, and I think 6 o'clock, just because I'm in California, works best. So I will address that later on in the show. But for right now, we are here to discuss how we can move forward, how we can make effective political action with us together. We can do this. We do need to band together. And I'm going to put this in lecture mode. Give me 1 second. All right. So the hot issue that just happened right before the Christmas break was that Congress, as I suspected was going to do, attached the reauthorization of FISA Section 702 onto the defense reauthorization bill. And as we all know, that is a bill that they have a very hard time our national security matters, obviously, and everybody's afraid. So if they don't, give the money to the military, it's just one of those bills that people cannot vote no on. So what I did was, there was rumors and different things about what was said on this, like how was it extended? It's extended till April. It's extended through 2025. Extended through 4 years. So I went in and pulled the roll calls and all of the information that's at. If you guys can do this too, if you go to congress.gov, you can see all of the information on and pull all of the bills out. So when they pass something, give them a little bit for the clerk to put it in there, and then you can just go in there and just download everything in the text or see exactly what they did for the day. And so I went in there just to make sure that it was not this. I was a little worried that even though they extended it through April, that was going to actually extend it due to some other verbiage in the actual Section 702. It doesn't appear that way. I'm not going to do any more research on it. For this purposes, it looks like they just did a clean insert on it. And it said that they are inserting April 19th, 2024 and striking December 31st, 2023. So I went into H6497, which was the Senate Permanent Committee on Intelligence recommendation to the extension as follows, which all they did was, again, strike one and add that it's going to extend as is until April 19th, 2024. That's kind of a standard for them to do when it gets around Christmas time. They like to punt things through, and because nobody works after a certain point, and then Congress is pretty much off. I know that they pretend like the offices are open right now, but they're not. I never worked this time ever. And so most people are off until the official first day of the year for the government employees. So I went in and pulled the roll calls for the senators and the House, because even though they extended this through April, I kind of feel like this is the sand in the line. This is a very, very important thing that if they don't listen to us, that we need to take action and we need to remove these people. There's a lot of people that just need to be removed because they are they have no intentions of doing anything about this. They have 100% intentions of keeping the status quo as is. And so some of those people are very disingenuous. So I pulled the roll calls for the Senate hearing, like, do we add this to the defense bill? Because I think that's the best, cleanest roll call. Because if I pull the roll call for the defense bill, those people who say, they'll justify it in the way that, no, I don't want FISA Section 702 to be reauthorized, but it's only till April, and we'll work on it at the beginning of the year, and they really do have intentions of doing that. So I don't want to get those people, on our list if they are genuinely just wanting to actually just put it back in committee and let's work on it at the beginning of the year through April and have intentions to do that. So I pulled these roll calls of who wanted to add it to the defense bill and who did not want to add it to the defense bill. And so that is the roll calls I'm going with, as opposed to who who signed the defense bill, because they all signed the defense bill except for a couple people who felt comfortable standing up against it. They did put it in pretty clean. It is, April 19th is the date. I did pull the roll calls. I will pull them. Let me put them in the chat here. And hold on. Let me put them in the chat. And then you can download them and see this particular roll call. And hi, everyone. That's just jumping on. We're going over the roll call for the FISA 702 extension that happened with the defense authorization bill. And for those of you that are on the phone, I will post these later on. I probably will put them directly on my site and put a quick blog up, just because I know a lot of people don't do Twitter or X or other different social medias. So I will post them directly on my site if you want to see how your rep voted. I would suggest that, again, for the people who just jumped on, this roll call is for adding the FISA 702 extension to the defense bill and not the roll call for the defense bill, because I don't think that's a very good, accurate description of who is against it and who is for it. Give me 1 second to put these over here in the chat. And there was, your basic players kind of were the ones that you expected to, vote for it or not put it in there. I think the ones we need to focus on are the people that are really just for the military-industrial complex, and they give them increasing budgets, which they did increase. I did go through the defense bill, and they gave them more money than they asked for or needed. And there's a lot of different, they lost a plane this year. Do you guys remember that, when this plane just Air Force put out, I lost my dog? And they're talking about a fighter jet. It's just a fighter jet just drove off on its own. Why do they just get these endless budgets when they're just do dumb stuff like that? And then this program needs to end. I didn't get a chance to look too much into today with the, I just saw my favorite rep, Massey, posted about today that Pfizer and Moderna, I believe it was, he wants their FDA licenses cut because they are apparently, again, I have not researched this. I'm looking at actual reps and then other people that I don't know if what they're talking about is true, but it looks like that they were done fraudulently, and they were also done with the idea of that this is a population control thing. The vax is it's not good for people, and they did push it in a weird way, and I never had a good taste in my mouth. And so, yeah, these programs need to be cut. And yes, DJ, I think it's in the black budget. I know that a lot of you know that the Pentagon didn't pass their audit again. There's trillions of dollars in assets unaccounted for. And as an accountant, that makes me crazy. How do they think that I searched around for 30 minutes for a penny? So what do you bet, that's a bit of an exaggeration. But those of you who have worked in accounting understand that there is this materiality, and they're at a point that they need to start showing where this money is going to. It is in the black budget. And I put out some numbers before about how much is actually in the black budget. And I don't have it's trillions. It's trillions. And give me 1 more second to put this in here. I have to find where I put it. I am still working on getting this into the chat. 1 moment. Okay. There we go. That should be the Senate and the House votes for who voted to put the extension of FISA 702 into the defense bill. And so that should give us a good idea of who we want to retain, who we do not want to retain. With the program that we're building, I wanted to go into a little bit of those who weren't able to make the first call or weren't able to jump on and take a look at the presentation that I have done about the way that this runs. And if you haven't had a chance, please take a look at it. It's informative in the least if you didn't understand how some of these things work and how things have changed since in 2010, Citizens United was given by SCOTUS. And so it has greatly affected we the people. We do not have a voice anymore. I think every one of us know this. First of all, as TIs, and then second of all, just trying to get anything done with important issues, and we don't have a voice anymore. And so it used to be about lobby, and so unions were set up sort of for the people because they needed a voice, and they did the work of, you know, the special interest work where they would go and lobby. And if you just look at lobby on its necessary evil. The problem is that there is this other side now with the political action committees, which were given, companies, unions, and organizations were given the right to have free speech. They took it from us and they gave it to companies. And so basically, with whoever has the highest dollar wins. It's, you know, they spend billions of dollars. Citizens United put billions of dollars per election cycle in with all of these people who are able to contribute not just your $5,000. Like, that's how they do this. So there's contribution limits that go with these, but what they do is it's a three-pronged approach. So we have a membership organization called Remote Workers Association. That is the membership, and it's also a social media platform. And that is where the unlimited contributions go, because they pay the expenses for the political action committee. So the way that these people are donating this money and not having any limits to them is that they donate to the nonprofit in the beginning, which then pays, which this is all legal. Nothing I'm telling you is anything illegal. This is how it works. And so those who they set up, you know, a nonprofit, an organization of some type or a union, and then they don't have to, if you do the membership one, you don't have to tell them who your contributors are. The PAC has to. They're legally required to say, this person gave me $25. And so you have to, you know, turn those in, and they're all, every single contribution has to be, I have to make sure that they're a U.S. citizen, like there's no foreign, like there's a lot of rules to these things. I know some people break them, but really U.S. citizens have to give, it's going to be under a certain amount. You can give a certain amount on the primary, then you can give a certain amount to after for the general, and so there's all these different rules you can contribute, but really it comes down to about $5,000 per person per election cycle, so about $10,000 total, 5 for the primary and 5 for the other. And so $10,000 doesn't go very far. We know that that's not a big deal for some of these contributors. So when they want to put millions of dollars in there, they just contribute to the nonprofit, and the nonprofit just pays all those expenses for the political action committee, and that's where their money goes, and it's still done that way. But the political action committee has to be clean. When you give to the political action committee, which comes with your membership from the Remote Workers Association, you know, it has to be recorded. You know, you give $25, I have to tell the election commission that you gave me $25. And so that's how they keep the rules. They're not bending any rules. It's just the way it's set up. I mean, everything's sort of like the tax code. It's like everybody gets really mad about the way that billionaires not paying tax. Well, that's the tax code. If we want them to pay more tax, or if we want to lower the taxes, we have to change the tax code. So going further with the political action committee and the association. So it's a three-pronged approach. So the Remote Workers Association is the main piece of this. It is the membership. Of course, it's being built right now. I'm going to talk about a little bit about the software with my partner tomorrow. So I'll have some more information on all of the features that are going to be in this. There's some other things that were added that I'm very excited about on this social media platform. We have, of course, I talked about the groups, which I know there's a lot of people that are very hesitant to leave Facebook because of the groups. They're great, and that's really the best part of Facebook, in my opinion. Our social media platform will have all of the best features, including groups, events, and town halls. So all of these little groups and these little things that you do, if you've ever been to a town hall online, a virtual town hall, you can vote on everything. So all of the little groups that you have, like for now, and since we're trying to figure out the best days that, you know, I can fit in a call, and I'm not stepping on anybody's toes. I don't want to compete with anyone. I want everybody to come to my call and then go to everybody else's call. But you would be able to vote on that. So all of your little groups that you have and you want to do something or you want to put on an event, you just vote. And so it'll be set up similar to the way the town halls are done right now, where if you believe this, press 1. It'll say your call has been recorded if you've ever done these, or if you're online, it'll be a little bit different. It has an app, a lot of good features in here. So we're looking for people to connect on this platform and also be a member, because everyone's a remote worker. We're going to band together. We don't want to, this is a bipartisan effort to change things. This is not about political parties. They are, in my opinion, the biggest problem at this point, because they've been fed so much money with Citizens United. There is unlimited contributions from the Political Action Committee to a designated political party. I mean, you have to be a real political party, but you have unlimited contributions. So basically, that's what the DNC does with these, is they get their money directly to the contributor, and then they get the money from the PAC, and then they get the money from another PAC, and they pack up. And so then they get $5,000 from every single little PAC, and then they, because it's not contributing to the same person. And then they play this little game. They actually they're not supposed to coordinate, but they have something called the coordinated campaign. And so you're not allowed to coordinate as a political action committee with the candidate. That's supposed to be separate, but they still do it. So it's all just, it's racketeering at its finest. But if we want to beat them at their game, we got to play the game, and none of this is illegal. All of this is lawful. They've set this up to do this way, and so I'm going to teach you the secrets. And if you can help me get some people to join this social media platform, which we're planning on making it big enough, we need the 5% of the voting population, which would be able to completely, over the 6 years, 5% of the voting population is right around 2 million. I'm going to have to look at my numbers again. So we have a goal of making 2 million people join our platform, hopefully as quickly as possible, so that we can strategically vote smarter. This is the third prong of this. So in the remote workers platform, social media platform, there will be groups. And one of these groups is a matching group for those who have residency in small states and those who have digital nomad type of life, RV life, van life, college students, people who have the ability to just work by Wi-Fi, or they just own a business, or there's lots of reasons that you're a digital nomad. And so they have the ability to vote wherever they want to. I mean, take Dr. Oz, for instance. He, ran for office and voted in Pennsylvania. Strategically, they placed him there because of his name recognition against, Fetterman. And he ended up losing, but that was their best guy. And he lives in New Jersey. And so the thing is the residency, which has to do, obviously, with you have to have a mailing address. It's really the main piece of this, depending on the state. So each state has its own residencies. Locals have a local residence. It just depends on the area. So I can't give anybody an answer on what it takes. So in the group, there's a matching group, rent a room to a remoter. And so those of you, that doesn't mean you're moving there. That just means that you have a residential address and you agree with someone that they will either forward your mail, or you will figure out how you will get your residency there, which some states require that you vote in person. Voting by mail is a lot easier in this process, especially people who do truly live a nomad life. They're not always necessary. They go everywhere. They do what they want to. And that's great, but you still have a residency where you vote. And so we're going to encourage those who have residency in small states to rent a room to a remoter who has the ability to then gain residency in that small state and then vote against all of the incumbents in the primary. Next piece of this for everyone, regardless of what state you live in, with the Vote Smarter. Right now, this doesn't require you join anything. You can do this on your own. You don't have to have any sort of involvement in this. Just do this on your own. Go in and change your voter registration. If you live in a blue state, register as a Democrat. If you live in a red state, register as a Republican. And then vote in the primary and vote against the incumbent. And so if we move this further, we unseat them. Say we unseat them, take a look at Wyoming, Idaho. That's a big bang for the buck for a couple thousand voters. It doesn't take that much. I went in and did the math on all of these, and I have a big spreadsheet to show how many voters it would take per state to be able to flip the Senate seat. And these are red states, like they are like 95% voting red. Like when you vote and you win by like 90%, like that's the entire voting, but still it's not that many. So as opposed to looking at the Electoral College as what is the best swing state, we are going to look at it out of checkers mode into what is the lowest population state that we can get a Senate seat, because there 60 seats in the Senate would do some of these major things that we need done, for instance, reform on the Electoral College. So I know a lot of people think that this is just it just gives, the small states fair. It's not fair. It made it actually it's like a cheat code for them. And so with their strength of being a small state that's 4 times more powerful than the voters in California, their weakness is that there's not that many of them. And so we are going to make sure that we strategically vote in places that Senate seats are easier. Because the Senate is really where the problem is. I know the Electoral College seems like it's just to vote for the president, but it's not. It's the entire system that Trump tried to overturn and get fake electors and all of that stuff that I don't even want to talk about Trump, but some of this stuff that if you look at the evidence and the electors and the things he did was not legal. And so we don't have to go further. I think they've gone really far on him. But no matter what, the problem that we have is the Electoral College, the entirety of it. And so it's not a big fix, but it's enough that we can have our voices back if we have a popular vote. Then the other issue is right now nobody believes all the voting. I mean, there's showing that there's voting fraud and all of this stuff, and so people are not believing it. And I also think that we do need to make sure that we have blockchain type voting, unhackable type voting, so that this cannot be where there is, cheating in the swing states is basically what they do. And so if we move it to a popular vote state, popular vote count, that alone gives our power back in our voice. Instead of it being just about we can never get over Wyoming. We can't do anything about Kentucky because Mitch McConnell's there. Oh, no, we're going to do something about Kentucky. Mitch McConnell's got to go. That guy's not functioning. He's been an obstructionist. He doesn't live in a very big state. He's almost dead. If that's up for argument, he may actually already be dead. He's got to go. There's a lot of them that have to go. This roll count on who wants to push through besides the 702, just push it through and don't have any changes. So check out those roll calls. Whoops, I'm sorry, everyone. Welcome. We are talking about the Remote Workers Association and the three-pronged approach. And so please subscribe and donate if you have the possibility to get us started here. remoteworkersassociation.org. Please subscribe at least. As soon as the platform is ready for beta, I will send everybody out an email, and please join and subscribe and start your groups. There is also this technical, and I don't understand this well enough to do it any justice, but for instance, like Mastodon, there is the ability to somehow, if you follow Cory Doctorow and the Electronic Foundation, EFF.org, there is a way to write these programs and do these platforms so that you can bring your users. So your group on Facebook, you could bring it over to this location, over to the Remote Workers platform. You can still keep the group over there, but it allows you to still keep your people. And so I want to make sure that we build that into it. Also with the nonprofit setup, and again, it's hard because they do things anyway with or without permission. But with the nonprofit setup, it's not a for-profit setup. And I believe there's a little bit more legal protection on freedom of speech because as a membership, you are asking for that speech. On the platform, we are going to respect other people's opinions. People can't do illegal things. Like nobody's a freedom of speech absolutist. People are not going to be able to threaten others, that sort of thing. But again, if you are in a membership and it's you're representing yourself as a voter, we don't want to be able to have, there will be no bots. You are one person and your company. That's it. It's not going to be this thing where you can just put in 5,000 bots to go and do what they do on these for-profit things. So with that, you're asking for that speech, first of all, because you are a member. Second of all, we're not going to let bots on there. And third of all, it's not going to be a situation where people can bump people off. Like, I didn't like what you said, so let's all go mass report them. That's not, program's not going to run that way. We're not going to let people. So, but again, you also can't threaten people. You can't, which we all know this. But the things that they're censoring are things that are correct. It's like embarrassing things or things that will not go along with their narrative. It's not anything about the truth, because the truth is being suppressed and the lies are being elevated. And so, again, with this nonprofit, number one, it's a better situation for not trying to make one person rich. It's actually about the membership and the benefits. The money that comes in is about member benefits, not about how whoever the board members can walk away with billions of dollars when they cash out. That's not how this is going to be run. And again, I do think it gives us a little bit of protection in the sense that they're going to have a harder time censoring a membership organization's platform. It's just not going to go over as well. I'm not talking about the technology and all the stuff that they have the ability to do. I don't know how to control that at this point, other than to go after the military-industrial complex, which is the purpose of this. Number one, that's what we need to focus on, I believe, and I think a lot of people, that is our number one enemy of us right now that's got this endless budget. They're not elected. No, everyone's afraid to vote against the defense. And we should call it what it is, the War Bureau or whatever it used to be called, because it's not about defense. We've never defended ourselves ever. We've always been the aggressor. And so to get to this budget, to get reps in there that are going to vote against these people in Raytheon with their, oh my God, they're ridiculous, posting like they're some kind of like woke company. To get to them is to get rid of these reps, like Mitch McConnell, who put out that it's good for business, basically killing people, war crimes on our dime. Anyone who is willing to do war crimes on our dime is out of there. And so, again, band together with number one, first of all, work on primarying them. And if it's your rep, if you live in these places that have the Gang of Aid, if you live in Marco Rubio's, if you live in these places, Chuck Schumer is another one that needs to go, but he's got another, 4 years. If you live in these districts that have these important people, that's important for you too. You don't have to do anything other than if you could offer to help a remoter with residency. Otherwise, just vote, and again, do the blue state, red state thing, where you vote against the person not based on their political affiliation, but based on the fact that they are 100% funding the military-industrial complex. And so that's how we get to them, is focusing on the special interests as opposed to the political parties. We need to defund the political parties. Do not give one dime to them through Act Blue or any of their little schemes. If you want to give to a candidate, I understand at this point they're stuck with having to choose a party. Give directly to the candidate. What the Political Action Committee, if you guys are not familiar with what that function actually does, is also, they keep touting this message that I don't take money from a political action fund, I don't take money from lobbying. It doesn't matter. They go after your opponent or they don't, and they will go after you. So you might not take money from them, but they will spend $10 million to get rid of you, and they'll get rid of you. And so that's the purpose of this pact, where our voices are back in there. If they mess with us, if we band together, 2 million of us, which there's a lot more of that in targeted individuals, and 2 million of us band together, none of these people will be able to stop us at all, because what we do is just move into a new district. We will just primary you next time. And so if we want our voices back, we have to demand these things. We have to play their game. And we will win. We will eventually win. And those of you who are, I don't know any TIs that don't have a high IQ, if you are in your community, you've been there for a while, and you have any sort of political understanding, run for office. Run for office. Do it now. Get your signatures together. Get on that ballot. And then the Political Action Committee will help you. If you are a member of this of the Remote Workers Association platform and you are running for office, it's part of our membership. Our political action committee will help you on that end so that we have targeted individuals that are in office and they have the money that's backing them, because the party's not going to back you. There's no ballot access when you don't have a party. There's a lot of issues that come with being an independent and not choosing a party. However, at this point, you're going to choose a party because we have to play their game. So you're going to have to choose a party. And again, I know that it's really difficult because, we've been in this two-party system. To go and vote for someone that is not, it's really not, they're not better. They're not better. But the message is that we will get rid of you if you go against us. And that's essentially what AIPAC does and all of these other big PACs. If you go against us, we will unseat you. And so, yeah, they don't have to take a dime from a PAC because the PAC will just they'll lift your opponent up. And so these are the important piece that everybody needs to understand. Then the other thing the people that helps is that we're not one person. If we need to move many people to Idaho as a residency for a strategic reason, then we have that ability. And so we can say, not only are you're not going to mess with us, because also things have been changing in the way that businesses and everything are run. Only 40% of businesses right now are run where people have to be in the place. You have to be on location, which of course some jobs have that. You can't be a railroad worker and expect you're going to sit at your computer all day. That's not going to happen. But only 40% of jobs right now are required that you be on site there. So the other 60% of these jobs are changing. We all work remotely. We also don't only 10% of the United States is involved in a union. And again, unions aren't perfect, and I'm not trying to tout unions, but it is a way for people to band together to get political action, which is what we need to do. So instead of a union, it's a membership organization, the same way that the realtors do. The realtors have the biggest power right now, and we see what that's done with our housing market. And so if we do the same thing, band together, again, to focus on the military-industrial complex, also I think some of these other, the medical-industrial complex, the Food Inc., all of that stuff that they're doing where they're feeding us tumor meat and all of these other things, we need lobby on that end. I believe I heard Europe is, or no, not Europe, France, Italy, it's Italy. Italy will not let any of that fake meat. Why are we? Of course, because we're all about money here. And anyone who, and I had this problem last time, I'm sorry, we're all targeted, so we all understand. If you get kicked off this call, please jump back on, because somebody got kicked off 10, 15 times last time. So they've been messing with this call. They're messing with it again. Please log back on if you get kicked. Moving forward, again, looking for everybody to join this platform at least, and in a social media where we're not going to censor you. This is going to be real, authentic, organic, viral ability. This is nothing fake. None of this, any of the business advertising that's going to be going on will be run the same way as the Chamber of Commerce, if any of you are familiar with that. We're all self-employed. None of us are how are we going to join a union? I've never even worked for a company that had a union. I've always been at startups. I owned my own business. You can't unionize at the government. Who can? And then number one, and then again, I don't think unions are perfect. I don't like the cops union. They keep the worst of the worst. And so there has to be an alternative to unions because they're very important. They are very important. Whether people want to, you can hate on them all you want, but they helped us through the 50s. That was the highest membership level we had, was back in the 50s with unions, and they were the ones that was when we were doing the best, and that one person could hold down the household, and you could not have to have a kid and try to run off to work and that sort of thing. So that they helped us. It's been sort of this moving all of our money away from us and back into the military-industrial complex and back into these big companies. And we've gotten the short end of the stick. Wages have been flat for 40 years, first of all, and then going further into the front end of the legislation on lobby. We absolutely have to have that. That is something that we can't, whether you don't like it or not. I don't like it either. But you know what? The fact of the matter is you have to educate your reps on your issue. There's so many issues going on. I mean, just from people who were asking me what, like the PI issues, there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of federal issues. So I would have to look them up, everybody, because you don't know for sure if it's a real issue or not. And so you have to educate your reps and the staff members and others, and yelling at them and throwing them fit in their office is not getting us anywhere. It's making us look like we actually have mental health issues. So I understand your suffering, but we need to come at this in a different way. Writing letters works. If you saw the committee that the Homeland Security Committee put out that the latest about the no-fly list and the different categories and all of that stuff. And so it looks like it is about, what did they say, 2 million now? It's grown from 100,000 to 2 million. And so their walls are crumbling. They heard us. They wouldn't have put that in committee if they didn't hear us. They heard us. It's very, very, very slow. And again, it's being obstructed by representatives and leadership of the parties who are not going to like this idea at all. And so we just need to get rid of them and replace them with people that are willing to work with the people. And if you've noticed, they just don't have to listen to us. They don't care. There's been so many issues lately where the staff members are coming out and saying they aren't listening to us. I told them, we collect the data. That's what all of those phone calls and all of that stuff does, is data collection. And they are not listening to staff, which is very frustrating because my ex-boss didn't do that. He listened. Because I always listen to some different things, and I would say, well, the rumble in the jungle is this. Because he was a co-sponsor on SOPA, if you remember that, which had to do with internet stuff. But anyway, he just really didn't have any clue that it was so controversial. And I said, you bet. And he listened, and it didn't go through, and that's fine. But again, there's so many issues, there's so many things going on. Lobby is very, very, very important that we get on the front end of the legislation and write the legislation and tell them what we want and demand it. And again, on the front end, to where we see things coming down the line, like the AI stuff. Like, obviously, that's already, the cat's out of the bag, but we still need to go back and legislate against some of the things that happen with AI. So again, the lobbying is, again, the first end of this, that in January you go in there, you start building relationships with these people. Sometimes it has to do with lunch, but it starts in January, the day that they get elected. And that is how things get passed. I know it's annoying. I know letters don't seem to work because they're not the most effective way. The most effective way is lobbying on the front end, building those relationships, helping them get elected. The other end of this is the Political Action Committee. If you don't listen to us, we will unseat you. And that's the game that we are going to have to play, and we are playing. So, okay, so again, subscribe and donate, please. I wanted to bring up something about I found a Snowden video which talks about how they're also doing this. This is another one where this is a lobby issue. And so let me figure out how to do this again, how to share my screen. Hold on. Let me get this up here. But this is something that Snowden mentioned, and I know obviously it's been a while since this has happened, but let me pull this over here. Let me see if it'll just play. And I'm sorry, this is in my little, this is not a great screen share here, but for the sound, please listen. Hold on. There we go. No, it's not uploaded on this device. Okay. This, let me see if I can grab it one more place. Hold on. Thank you for your patience. Give me one more second. I was trying to do this on another device, and I thought it was ready to go. It's not. I don't know if I can get in here, or it's not. Might not be worth the wait for it. It is an important video, but let me. One more second. Okay, I can't get into this drive. Okay, we'll just forego it. I'll just explain to you what was in the video. It's an old one with Snowden. He was in Russia already at the time. So it's a podcast. I don't know if it's Rogan or when this. Let me take off the share. All right. Okay. So in short, it was just a clip from, I believe, Rogan, Snowden, talking about it doesn't matter if it's legal or not, or that it's illegal. What they do is use a third party in the sense that they go and say it wasn't illegal search and seizure because it was AT&T's records. It wasn't your records. So, I just called up to AT&T as a cop and I didn't have a warrant. They just gave me the information. And so one issue is that these companies, the IP people, they're just giving the information without warrants. And second of all, they're not getting them. They just don't care because this is another one of their loopholes that needs to be closed with lobby. And so they're not allowed to get third-party records without a warrant or some sort of, way to make sure that don't have the ability to do this. It doesn't matter if it's AT&T records. It's about me. And so again, there's just so many facets to this. It would be nice to just be like, okay, well, if the court overturns this, everything goes away. I'm afraid it's a little more in depth than that. First of all, if you just go to my blog, I've pulled up the ones that I've found. There are more. I found another one that is contributing to this, and then I found this with Snowden. That's like, oh, they're opting out of even giving us rights because they're saying it's AT&T's rights, and it's not. So yes, this is very important that we move forward on this type of program to where we all get together and we are a united front voice that says you will no longer violate our rights. And oh, somebody put this in the chat. Okay, check out this. I like this guy too, actually. I watch him on TikTok. But yeah, if you guys jump on this, if he's talking about this third party thing, it's really, of course, it's always something that they always have a loophole. And so if there's any other laws, of course, we need to know about that. That's why third party no liability. Exactly. Yep, exactly. And so these are the things that can be fixed with lobby. Again, lobby is something that we fix the legislative things, we cut the budgets, we get in front of the Congress people and we build a relationship with them and we give them legislation. And then again, the political action committees are for, you don't listen to us, we will unseat you, and then we do it, is the thing. So this is not, when I started this, I was sort of like, we're not here to change your mind, we're just here to change the system. Understand that, I don't care because I worked in politics and not in politics, well, in both. But I worked for the U.S. House of Representatives, and when you speak to people, it doesn't matter if they voted for you. They are a constituent. You have to talk to them. You can't just be like, well, if you're a Republican and my boss is a Democrat, I don't have to help you. That's not true. That's completely unethical and not true. And people can be fired and lots of stuff. So, you know, we are here to change the system. We all have a lot of different political beliefs. Most of us are independents. I want everyone to realize that independents always decide the race. Nobody's changing any, you know, staunch Democrats' mind. Nobody's changing any staunch Democrats or Republicans' mind. It's the people in the middle that decide every single election. And for those, this got mentioned on the first call, and it's not, I'm not sure if this is where they were going with it, but just sort of the, you know, the border crisis, because again, the propaganda that's going to be coming out this year. The border crisis doesn't have, other than trying to get Section 702 pushed forward, that's what the purpose of the border crisis was. Where am I going with this? Oh, okay. So people mentioned about the illegals and the, like, I'm worried about, no. This is for regular American citizens that regularly vote. I didn't even look at the voter data for new voters and all of this other stuff that you can look into and add into to get a better vote of who's going to be turning 18. And no. I'm just talking about us basic voters that vote in everything. We're already going to vote, just vote in a different district. And so on the platform, of course, there's going to be some different things in there that would help us the ability to do that. If you do join, of course, members have a vote, and we will be voting every year on which issues we're going to focus on the next year forward. Number one is the military-industrial complex, obviously, but we have more of them to go after. And I also, there is, you know, in voting for moving forward on what we're going to do, instead of the way Citizens United is, like you understand, we all own our own businesses, most of us, or some sort of side gig. Your vote, your company also gets one vote, you know, not 10 million votes, it gets one. You get a vote, your company gets a vote if you're part of the Chamber of Commerce piece of this, because all of the advertising is going to come from us. This is not going to come from these big shots. This is going to come from within. That's how chambers work. So, let me see. So election year propaganda. Wanted to just go into that a little bit. I think most people are aware of it now. COVID was a big awakening for people with propaganda. And so for me, I always, with propaganda, if you feel emotional or are triggered about something that someone or something has posted, give it a minute. Come back. Where did that information come from? You know, is it a bias? Did it come from the parties? Does it say it was paid for by a special interest? Where did that message come from? And if it's somebody's opinion, then, you know, if that triggers you that bad, then it's always best to come back after you've dealt with the trigger. Propaganda wants to trigger you. Yes, weed is from God. They want to trigger you. So they are going to be putting out billions of dollars worth of election propaganda. Make sure you go and research it. If it's giving you emotions, make sure it is what it says it is. There's a lot of people that lie about stuff. Like, if we just want to give the instance of the border crisis, you know, people, well, they're just getting all this money and they get $1 billion they get more money than us and they get all this free housing and they get all this like $1,200 a month. That's not true. Every single bit of that's a lie. I'm not saying that we don't have to deal with the border crisis. I'm not saying that, but the deal is not to create more military action. What we do is you fix it through the immigration system so that they can't claim asylum. We don't need to have more cops and do this big old border and do smart. Like, put in one bill that stops them from coming over here and being able to apply for asylum. If you don't have these, you know, whatever it is that we legislate, that's how we fix that. We don't need to add more cops to the border. We don't need to build a big old wall that they just go under anyway. Nobody climbs a wall, or they climb it. I mean, the wall's not keeping people out. That's the thing. I know that there's a location. I get it. There's a path in Texas that is it's a place where they all come through. Close that up. Okay, fine. Whatever. But the fix is not to militarize the border further. It's been militarized forever, since before all of us were born. It's not going to work for that. So what they do is put out propaganda. So they wanted, number one, they wanted 702 to to go through. So the best way to do that is to make people afraid. And the best way to do that is to, show them that we're being invaded at the border by these guys that are just, military aid, and they're doing all this stuff. And understand that they've created that. They do this every time they want to scare people into a wall, or they want to scare people into some sort of thing. Where is that coming from? What are you truly afraid? What's actually going on? They want you to be afraid of immigrants. They want you to be afraid of all of this stuff, so that when they just slam through 702 without anything, then you're going, well, you know what, I get it, because there's so many people that are invading us, and we have to have more cops at the border. We need to give them so much more money, because I saw a video, they're all men, and they're all from Iran, and they're all from China, and they're all from Russia. And so, funny that they all come from, the places that we want to wage war on. But, or that's what they say. So understand that every single time they want to fund a wall, every single time they want to fund 702 and slam it through, there is a border crisis. So they do all of these different and put on there, they just, of course, it does matter the perspective. So again, I'm not here to change your mind. You don't have to even agree with me on whether the border is a crisis or not. Just look at the propaganda, where it's coming from, what is going on, what reason do we need to be afraid of immigrants all of a sudden? And so, and also immigrants can't vote, especially asylum immigrants. We're talking 15 years before they could ever, first, I would say 20 years actually, because asylum cases take about 10 years. And then you're a permanent resident, and then you have to be a permanent resident for a length of time before you can become a citizen to be able to vote. So the people who are crossing the border right now don't really have anything to do with voting, other than if you believe that they are standing in line voting under somebody else's name or something, which doesn't happen. If you've ever been a poll worker, that's not really the way that things work. And see, I disagree with you, Corey. Not that I don't think that, the border is closed. It's just that, if we build a wall, it doesn't stop people. But either way, you don't have to agree with me. We can agree to disagree, but just understand that there's a propaganda level in this. And watch, now that Section 702 has gone through, that border crisis is going to disappear over the next couple months. And somehow, April 1st, April Fool's Day, there is going to be another border crisis. I guarantee it. So again, they do this every single time, but agree with me or not, but look at it. Is it a party position? Where is this coming from? Because if it's a party position, then it's not necessarily the right place to be. There has to be a balance. If you say, oh, we closed the border 100%, nobody can come through here, but that means both borders, including the illegal Canadians. We closed down the borders, nobody can get in here, we're airtight. And so then you have the other people that are for open borders, which I'm not. There has to be a balance. It can't be completely open. So the middle ground is where we need to be on every issue. It just is what it is. That's why we need to purple this up. The further you get on one party position, then you're just sort of backing up whatever special interest is on their side. So just think about it in a middle ground way, as opposed to what is the party saying? Because you can tell what the party's saying. They're just talking point parrots. They say the same thing. They literally hand out talking points. And they tell you this is what you say, because really, especially, you don't want your staff members, number one, me as a staff member, there were certain issues I didn't want to speak about. I didn't know what his position was. I didn't understand the issue at the point, somebody asks me something just randomly. I don't know all hundreds and hundreds of federal issues. I have to research them. And so, again, it's just one of those things that you can't have everybody speaking for you. That's the purpose of talking points. And then also everybody needs to beat the same drum. But those talking points, what is their message? What are they trying to do? What fear are they trying to give you? Is it everything is fear-based? So is that really reality? That's the thing. There are things that we need to be nervous about and things that we need to be cognizant of, but we don't have to be afraid of every single thing. We need to be more afraid of what's going on to us here treasonous acts, the food that we're getting, the medicine that's, depopulating us, the medical industrial. These are the issues that we need to be focusing on, and not some contrived fear factor thing that they're just doing just to pass something. And so they both do it. It's both parties. They were part of that. They created, the Univore Party comes together and they create these talking points so that they can scare people into putting more money into military, industrial, security, and cops. And that's what got us here. I mean, every single boomer that was, from Reagan on, every single boomer election was, and this is before I was able to vote, if I'm talking boomers, was about how they were going to be tough on crime, and they were going to just be, 3 strikes here in California, and they were just going to, and they have created a freaking monster. They've created a monster and made everything illegal, including now the thought police are here. So that's what we need to hit, is the people who were not elected, the secretaries, the unelecteds. Obviously, to me, I have a bigger problem with what Bush did and sold out our employees to Raytheon and these other contractors. That's really when the contractors and Cheney and all of these war contractors started to get so much money and so much power, was when Bush created that. He got rid of all the employees. These people used to be employees. Snowden would have been an employee, but he's a contractor. And that's the system that we've pushed all of our employees to, because if they were an employee, they would be more loyal to it, and you have a better vetting system. So again, all of these things are just, as we understand them more, and the election year is coming up more, there's going to be a lot of things that they're going to try to scare you with. So just think about it first before you react on these things politically. If they're trying to scare you, it's bullshit. That's as simple as that. Now, does that mean we don't need to be cautious, or we don't need to think about things, or, of course we need to. But generally, the middle ground is the best place to be on every single issue. Every single issue. By letting this go into it's not even like left versus right anymore. It is establishment versus anti-establishment people. And so understand that if you were a Trump person, or maybe you were whatever, and I was a Bernie person, and everyone that is in the targeting program, I can guarantee you, has some sort of anti-establishment views in some sort of way. So that's what it is. This is not about I understand that Bernie and Trump voters are not, we're on a different spectrum or whatever it is. I get it. But that doesn't mean that we're not the same. Most of what we have together is the same. We share the same issues. We are still parents. We are still workers. We are still living here. People are ill. We have a lot of things in common as opposed to what we don't have in common. And the more we fight and the more they distract us, the more they're able to get away with this, because we are just fighting in checkers mode, and we are not thinking on the same level that they do. And so, yes, and I agree, Sherry, we want people to tell the truth. The truth needs to be celebrated instead of it being shamed. And I don't know if any of you were like me, where I said, I lost my Facebook because of my mouth. But and I was very careful. I'm careful. I researched stuff, but I was putting out stuff about the Wuhan lab because that's what happened. And it was I read it a bunch of times, and this is from the lady from the, and it wasn't misinformation, disinformation, or piss information. It was the actual accurate information, turns out, years later. And then, of course, I was anti-lockdown and the rest of the stuff. But, I lost my Facebook over it. And so if you pay attention to what's going on with, yes, fear point. What's going on with the Twitter files, guys, they're, pulling out some of this information about how this starts with suppressing our voices. And they're calling it the other industrial complex, the censorship complex, industrial complex. So that's what it starts with, and it's in collusion with these tech companies. Zuckerberg has no problem kicking people off for any issue or any fact-checking, all his fake fact-checking and all that stuff. He has no problem. He sold us out for his data. they're in collusion with the government. It's not, oh, the government forced them. No. Nope. Why is it, and again, I don't want to make this right or left, why is it that all of the issues that Zuckerberg was trying to censor people for, they jumble into the right-wing bucket, which again, I want people to understand this is not about that. And also there is another thing that this isn't necessarily about this call, but this is another propaganda thing that I want people to understand how the propaganda works on a certain end and why this is a right-wing. Everybody's a right-wing. I worked for one of the most liberal people in the Democratic Party, and you're going to tell me that I'm right-wing, which doesn't matter because I'm middle ground. I don't care. But the fact of the matter is that my history is not right-wing. Matt Taibbi's history is not right-wing. Russell Brand's history is not right-wing. Greenwald, he's not right-wing. So why are they doing that? Why is everybody right-wing? Why are they coming after right-wings? Why are they coming after conservatives? Because there was a Department of Homeland Security report that was put out, and I'm trying to, this is all from memory, but I read it, and it came out at the time when Newt was Speaker. So I believe it was during the Obama time, but whenever Newt was Speaker. And so what the report said is that they had this influx of veterans coming back from our endless wars in Iraq, and that there was going to be this homegrown terrorism coming from that, which had to do with issues. Now, here's another one that which has to do with racism. People asking why is all the racism stuff? Because they're coming back, they're right wing, they come back with traumatic brain injuries, basically calling out the vets for things that they were going to become terrorists. This is why they go after vets. And so they put out this report saying that because Obama was the first black president, and that everybody was going to be racist, and they were going to be terrorists, and they're going to be right-wing terrorists, and they're going to be, because if the way that it was back at this particular time, military and cops are generally right-wing. They still are. So if they want you as an individual terrorist, the best handy-dandy way is to reference this Department of Homeland Security that just came out. And if you're a right-winger, then you're a terrorist. It's very easy for them to connect those dots when they've already put out this big, huge report about how we need to be careful and, about all of these people coming back from war, and they're going to, we're going to have all these Michigan militia people type of thing. Obviously that's not held true. There hasn't been any terrorism. I know J6, we don't have to go into that, but the problem hasn't been right wing or left wing. What that did was just give the left wing, the Democrats, the power to throw everyone into the right wing bucket who is speaking the truth. So you don't have to be right wing to be in the right wing bucket. So that's where that stemmed from. That's why the race card has been played so much. That's why they are going after veterans. That's why they are going after conservatives, is because it's easy. And so starting with the industrial complex, the censorship industrial complex, they start first by suppressing us so that nobody sees us. Then they destroy our lives because we're a terrorist, so that we're homeless and nobody believes us and we have no family. And we don't have to go into all of our stories because it's painful, but we all have the same story. So that is the counterterrorism tactics that they are using against all of us. So that's where all of this right-wing and the heavy, the political identity, the identity politics is coming from, stems from this report, because now they can easily throw anyone who they want to into this right-hand bucket, and then we're American citizens. So this is nothing about foreign dissidents. They're putting us into the individual terrorist bucket, and then calling us terrorists and right-wing, and that's what that's about. That they're not necessarily targeting right-wing people more. They're targeting anti-establishment people, throwing them into the right-wing bucket, calling it good, and putting us on the terrorist watch list. So we have to stop this. Again, I wanted to mention that report that came out from the Homeland Security Senate that talked about the the stuff that's been going on with the terrorist watch list. Take a look at that report if you can. Things are slowly moving as they do in Congress. I do feel good about that report. They heard us. So keep writing your reps, and then also let's do this political action committee thing together. Again, it's not about what party you are affiliated with. We are all in this together. So one more thing I noticed today was there is a new a new podcast that will be detailing the 50-year plan to legalize corruption. It's put out by a guy named David Serrata of The Lever. Check it out. It's not out yet. It's going to be out, I believe, in April, but he is detailing who is responsible, what is going on, how they have legalized all of this corruption. Like I told you, everything I told you about the political action committee stuff, even though it doesn't sound like, oh, we get to go vote, it's all lawful, every bit of it. So I want to open this up now to everybody else for questions or for chit chat or whatever. That's basically mine. I do want to start doing these calls. One more quick thing. If you guys can give me a, yes, Tan, I will. Give me just a minute. If you can give me an idea on what day works best. I want to do these calls every couple of weeks. I don't think I have time for a weekly call. I do want to give an update. But if you guys can give me a good time, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday works the best for me. I believe 6 p.m. is the best time because of California and the East Coast. 6 p.m. California time, 9 p.m. Eastern on one of those 3 days. The chief jumped on here earlier and was talking about this too, like let's get the moderators together because I don't want to step on any toes. Some of these calls are super popular. I don't want to compete. I want to just be in a day or a time or a slot that people know that I'm every couple weeks on a Tuesday. But end of week is better for me because, you know, Monday, the clown show isn't over on Monday. Clown show has just started. So I would like to give a wrap up of 2 weeks of clown show and, you know, how we can move forward. But again, if you can give me some idea when I open this up, and I don't have the town halls yet to vote on this, of when we can do this. And I know, DJ, you're still on here, and you guys know all these people in these places, but can you help me find a spot? Okay, opening up. Thank you, everyone. Okay, we're open, and just unmute if you would like to speak or have a question. Oh. Nope. Why am I not doing this right? Thank you for your patience with me. I don't know how to open this up and not shut everyone down. You think Thursdays are good? I saw in the chat. How do I do this so that people can open? Are we open? We're not open. Okay, I'm unmuted.
Hey, I was just saying I salute you and God bless.
So Thursday works for everyone.
You know what I mean? They got me in. I'm in Louisiana in this mental health.
Listen, I totally did that to everyone. I don't want to do that to everybody. Sorry. Is there a way for me to? I can unmute you, but I don't want to unmute everybody. Is it *61, Chris?
Just have it where they can unmute themselves to talk to you.
Okay. There's only a couple options on here.
So if you want to talk to Shiloh right now, just hit *6.
*6. Thank you, Chris.
I just took a pop.
My turn now.
Thursday would be good because in that way that's against James' call and tonight's Frank's call and everyone. So yeah, that would probably be fair for everyone. Thursday would be good. Wednesday is Sherry's and everyone's call, the chief and all that. So Wednesdays is real busy.
Okay. Thursday's probably best for me. I will look to doing that every couple weeks on Thursdays.
Hi, Shiloh. Have you ever considered, there are some really viable, great people in the targeted community. One's name is Liliana, and she worked for the United Nations with under Kofi Annan doing histories and stuff. So she identifies, and she was the first person to speak on targeting at the United Nations office 20 years ago. And she's part of the community. She has 7 implants. She's in her 70s, and she's been diagnosed recently with Havana syndrome. Right now, she's visiting in Argentina. I guess she resides in New York. So maybe you could engage her to run in politic in your country. I don't know how your laws work. She is a resident or citizen of the United States, but she originally hailed from Argentina.
If she's naturalized, then that's the same as being born here as far as voting is concerned. And
Yes, she is. She's a very mild, soft-spoken, very, very smart, articulate woman. I can pass her email, I guess, along to Sherry, and maybe you guys could approach her. She's very, very keen, and the terminology everyone is using is incorrect. This is actually called cyber torture. So, as you know, the definitions were defined by Milsner a few years ago. Nobody's kind of moved away from the terminology of a TI, right, which is found in some literature of weapon systems, I guess, the targeted individual that came out from television sets. Anna Toledo had covered some of the patents of systems that are in your television sets that call it targeting the individual, targeted individual.
Yeah, the C4ISR is command and control, and also C and part of the C4 also means cyber in the military, and I wondered that often, and so you just put that together in my head.
I had a question. I'm a targeted individual, and I've been locked up for the past 2 years because of what, I guess, what I know, and I just speak the truth. They've been using this voice-to-call technology on me. They've been gang stalking me nonstop, and because I'm strong and got faith, it doesn't really affect me. But one thing I do believe is that we are strong individuals, not just targeted individuals. I wear an EMS hat. It's realer than you know. And if you have anything that could block the voice to call or anything, right now they have me in a mental facility to try to say I'm mental because I said I was under MK Ultra, which I did my research before they put me under it. Hello?
Yes, I was on mute. Sorry. Unfortunately, you're not alone, and if you are here in the United States, it's a little bit worse in Europe that they will immediately. From what I understand, you're not allowed to even say the government is targeting you there. Do they? And I don't know Louisiana laws. Are you there for just?
I get to allow vehicles outside my house. And one thing is, something's up with the birds. I don't know if it's because they're using frequencies on the birds as well.
Yes.
But there shouldn't be a bird at my cell at nighttime, all the time like that.
That's weird.
Especially the chemtrails, they like to put an X everywhere I go. They're spending millions of dollars everywhere I go. Wow. I do not know these people. I'm from Ohio, but I live in Louisiana. And of course they want you isolated and all that. But I honestly believe it's just our faith in God as well.
Yeah.
My
So
advice
stay
is
very strong, stay strong, and I salute y'all. But every time I try to sue, like what's going on, of course they're going to try to say it's like frivolous. And I done wrote the Supreme Court twice. There's a lot of stuff, you know. They got street theater. There's a lot of stuff that they're doing, and I'm strong. It's just that I care about a lot of other people, you know what I'm saying? If they're being tormented on this level, that they'll end up hurting themselves, and I really don't want that.
unfortunately, you're at the point with this program that's their goal, is to incarcerate you, make you homeless, financially destroy you. I'm sorry. All I can tell you is that if any of us have been to that point, you have to keep the faith.
Shiloh, he's got a great congressman or senator over there, Kennedy. Should he reach out to him? Because he's pretty open on all this.
I always recommend that if you can, write to them.
Kennedy? Who is that?
Kennedy.
He's from Louisiana?
Yes.
What part of Louisiana are you from? Hi, it's Katie. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Sherry.
No. Go ahead.
Hey, hon, how are you?
Good.
I'm in Jackson, Louisiana right now. They actually have me in a mental asylum right now.
Okay.
They have me on no mental meds, and they're trying to say I'm mental, like something's wrong.
Okay. I've lived in, most people know I've been living in New Orleans for the last 4 years, but I'm from Texas. And I went to New Orleans to try to clear my name and start a new life. And Louisiana is notorious for where you are.
Right. But I think the reason they did it is because you know how they intentionally try to get you homeless and try to move you to a certain spot so they can have more control over you. And that's what I believe happened, because I was homeless, and I was telling my sister, like, why is this motorcycle and all this stuff keep driving up and down the street? And then she tried to play me like I was tripping. She was like, you're tripping. You need to go to the hospital. What? The motorcycle's right there on the sidewalk. Why do they keep messing with me?
Yeah.
And then my mom and everybody kept on trying to say.
Are you in Jackson, Mississippi?
No, Louisiana.
Where was that? I don't even know where Jackson is.
It's basically Baton Rouge. Like, we get Baton Rouge.
So Baton Rouge, that would be Kennedy's district.
But I live in like Bossier. I live in like Bossier, Shreveport area.
Okay.
That would be, wouldn't that be Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House?
Maybe. It might be Johnson. Yeah, I'm not 100%. It might be.
It is.
But I'm always in a situation where I'm always homeless. I don't have nowhere to go. They always mess with my cars, obviously. For some reason, every time I went to my door, the train would go off. So I was like, what the heck? Certain things that are happening in the privacy of my home, they're doing on the outside. So I see a whole bunch of targeted going through some things, but it's just, or maybe just because of where I'm at, is like more like crazy, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do you have an attorney, or did you just have to? Do you have an attorney, or were you just the state attorney that they gave to you?
The state attorney. I told him about MK Ultra. He was like, "Oh," my lawyer was like, "Oh, I believe I know what that is. The CIA created it or something like that." I'm like, "Okay." He said, "But we're going to have to bring doctors in." I'm like, "Okay." Well, I'm thinking maybe they're possibly going to try to help me out, but then they send me to this place, and literally they're asking me like MK Ultra questions, like. I get stalked by a train and a plane, so they show a picture of a train and a plane, and my body starts shaking.
So you have a state's attorney. You have an appointed attorney, correct?
They make my hand jump and make a beat, and then outside my house, somebody's playing that same beat that my hand is making in the privacy of my home. So I go outside and I get mad and get ready to flash out, and I'm talking to you, why y'all keep playing the same beat? And they're like, oh, what are you talking about? And I'm like, let this
we believe you. We believe you. We're just trying to get to see. She was asking if you had a state's attorney.
Yeah.
Did they appoint you attorney? Because they're not. And I know you probably don't have money, and I'm just they don't do any good for you, the state's attorneys. And I get if you don't have the money, it's not. I just was wondering if anybody had a resource for some of the nonprofit attorneys in Louisiana, maybe that could help him with and I don't know, why you're in there. Was it just for talking about MK Ultra, or do they have you on some kind of criminal thing?
It was just crazy. I've been fighting against this for a long time, for years, and I finally figured out why they was making me come outside and all this other weird stuff was happening, because then I heard Voice to Skull. So I was like, whoa. So the reason the train's coming out and all these cars coming out, y'all saying things in my head that I'm not even saying. And that's the reason, like, all these planes and all this other stuff is going on. And the Voice to Skull was trying to get, like, the address to my house, to my old house where my sister was, and they're using imagery. And it sounds crazy, but this stuff is advanced, and it's too advanced to be a mental illness. They was using imagery, and they was trying to get the address to my sister's house. So the people behind me been gang stalking me. They'll bang on the wood. They'll get the children to come outside and sing Incy Wincy Spider. They use a flashlight and, like, flash right behind me, like, while I'm smoking a cigarette. Play the same beat that in my house my hand makes. So they I went back there because they already gang stalked me. I just went back there, and when I looked at the house, it stopped. Like, everything stopped. So I was like, okay, it has to be this house. And then they used Voice to Skull to try to act like my sister. Said, they're in there, you need to go in there, you don't care about them. But somebody was supposed to investigate the MK Ultra thing at 8 o'clock in the morning. They managed to get me locked up at 8:15. Nobody showed up. I said, this is emergency. I said, this Voice to Skull stuff is emergency. I called the Army, I called everything I could, and waited, stayed up all night. This is emergency, as they were trying to frame things in my head that wasn't even real. It was weird. And so I went to, as I was at the house or whatever, they said, you don't care about me, da-da-da-da, kick the door in, da-da-da. Boom, I kicked the door in. I looked through whatever. They've been trying to frame me for stuff, getting me to follow, like, little things to make it seem like I'm going to get the answer to something. But they basically was setting stuff up to make me look like I'm casing people's houses so they could get me locked up.
Can I ask you again? I'm sorry to just get some clarification just because I want to be able to help you. Are you currently incarcerated in a prison type of thing, or you are in you said a mental institution?
I've been locked up in Bossier Max for the past 2 years.
What is that?
It's a jail. So I've been waiting.
Maximum security, you mean?
Basically, my lawyer pleaded insanity, and they sent me to the place, and I have to be competent in order to go on trial.
Okay. They've got you in legal limbo. Okay.
Well,
I'm just trying to...
But the whole thing is they've been trying to discredit me for so long. Like, I'm getting stalked by nurses. They're constantly trying to say, go to the hospital. They want me to say everything I'm going through. Like, I'm getting stalked, followed by people. Why do you think most of the nurses and people were like, are you hearing things, are you seeing things, and are you being followed by people? But
my advice is to treat them as if they are a cop and don't say anything about any of this. That's just not that it's not happening, because you have people in this room that know what you're talking about is real,
right.
But those people are not there to help you. So you have a state appointed attorney, and they've put you in limbo for
They got me in here with people that have they're like murderers or whatever like that, and they're pleading and saying.
So yeah, max means maximum security.
Yeah, I was at maximum security, but now I'm in a more environment. I'm not locked down 23 hours out the day.
Because that's helpful for somebody
but
who
I've been here
mental
for a
health
month. We get to go
issues.
outside and stuff, but
Does anybody have? And Katie, I know you're in New Orleans. Do you know of any of these Catholic Charities used to help out a lot with some of these issues where they had an actual attorney? Do you know any of these people who might be able to help them? Because I'm sorry to tell you that you need legal help to get out of where you're at.
This is somebody called Dr. Hoffer, and he can prove something through the Havana syndrome, but I have to get like a referral him through like an MRI or something. So I'm trying to do that.
In order to see Dr. Hoffer, you have to go through a doctor. and get another doctor that has to be referred. I got to see Dr. Hoffer. And you have to go to Florida.
Is there any way
he won't come. He won't go to Louisiana. You have to go to Florida.
Well, I was thinking if someone would have called him that knows him and say, look, there's a guy that desperately needs your help that's in, incarceration, maybe he would.
Right.
Maybe. It doesn't hurt to ask.
I wanted to finish the thing. So when I went in there and I'm looking everywhere they went or whatever, I'm looking through the house as I'm in there. I just see the laptop, and I was like, okay, well, maybe this laptop has proof of why I went here, whatever the case might be. These people live right behind me. I'm not a home invading person. I'm not doing any of that. So I took the laptop and went to the house and was literally about to take my people's car and drive all the way to Ohio to try to save my sister. It made it seem that serious. And then, because the police actually been leading the gang stalkers. They've been gang stalking me. So my dad first says, stay in the house. Then my mom goes and calls the police, but she's been calling the police trying to say I've been having a mental breakdown when people actually behind me been messing with me. These people stay up till 5 in the morning blasting music, and my family act like nothing's going on. And it's weird. Everybody knows something I don't know, and it's weird.
Yeah, it's...
So another thing is, so then the police said, we're going to give him these charges till we figure out what we're going to do with him. They told my mom that.
I'm sorry, can you say that
when
again?
When I got in the police car, Voice to Soul kept saying, sorry, we had to do this. Sorry, we had to do this. Basically because I was doing too much. I was making it hot over there. I didn't care. I was trying to fight this stuff. I'm like, it's got to be like a pedophile ring or something over there.
There is a psychologist, I believe she's in West Virginia or Virginia, who specializes in, with the court systems, people who are targeted individuals. And so I think I don't know if this is even going to work, but I think you need to demand from your attorney that you have medical and psychological court-appointed people who are familiar with targeted individuals, because they're out there. I know I found one. So I do think that these people who are, tell me about the helicopters again. Tell me again. The voice you heard. They're not going to help you.
Money to fly over me all the time, and the thing is, they fly so low.
It's actually, honestly, that's one of the things that, and I hate telling them what drives me the craziest, but it shakes my entire house. They fly over. I had one weekend where they did it every couple minutes for 3 full days, and I don't live in a flight zone. So it's I feel ya. Are you?
I believe it has something to do with hypnosis, to give you suggested for certain things, so they can suggest, because they literally say, first they said kill, hurt, and they're using keywords like school. So I'm like, okay, they want me to be a false flag. I'm not stupid. And it works on certain days that they actually change shifts. Like on Sundays, it's worse. And then as soon as my eyes open, which they must have near.
Gary, I'm looking for her. I'm going to try to find her right now. I'm Googling.
I have a quick question for you. Since you're in a maximum security prison in Louisiana, how are you allowed to have a cell phone, and are you allowed to get on internet?
No.
On a computer?
I'm in East Louisiana Medical Hospital System, also used to be called a forensic hospital, and I only been here for a month, and they took me from the maximum place. But I had over 50 cellies.
What are 50 cellies? What does that mean?
50 people in a cell that I had to live with.
Oh, wow, goodness. So when you're in, I'm just asking something. When you're in a maximum prison, are you allowed to use a mobile phone or a computer at all? Do you get 30 minutes on a phone call, 30 minutes on a computer, access internet?
No. The only thing we might get a tablet, but we're only allowed to watch Crackle, and we have to pay for that.
Okay, so it's still internet, Wi-Fi, so you have access to that.
Yeah. There's also, I also believe the towers with shooting the frequency. I also believe that the chemtrails are definitely related to the voice to skull. Also with these birds, I think because their beaks are magnetic or whatever. Like I done been places where I literally seen the bird keep hitting the wall, trying to get over and literally messing with me. But I believe it's all about noises and trying to hypnotize. So I get for suggestions.
If you do have the ability to get online, like Katie was asking, there's so much information to back up what you are saying right now that you don't have to feel like these are just things. Well, they don't believe me. We do. And there's a lot of people that have similar stories.
A friend named David, I just found him, and he's the one that told me to call, and I was like really excited about it. And I salute y'all, and it's what gives people hope, and it just is a really positive thing, and I appreciate it.
What's your name? What's your name?
My name is Elliot Williams, but Hoodie Ross is like the real Hoodie Ross is my Instagram, and Hoodie Ross on my Twitter, like HOODIEROSS, and my name is Elliot ELLIOT Williams.
We're gonna say a prayer for you. It just breaks my heart that you're in there over this stuff. It just breaks my heart.
And I can't really say nothing because, of course, they want me to. They want me to actually go to the doctor and be like, "There's these vehicles outside messing with me. There's a bird outside chirping." And I ask everybody, "You hear that?" And then when I was in another pod in here, they there was this loud pitch frequency that just kept going off. I was like, "Why y'all give me this cell? Of course y'all gonna give me this cell with this loud frequency going off outside of my cell." And then when I complain about it, they don't do nothing. I said, this is an emergency. Regardless of whatever's going on is being breached by a weapon. This is a weapon. And then you know what else they could do? They got the ability to mute me. They got the ability, they used to shock me like you shock therapy, like to my neck, like I had a shock collar on, and didn't want me to say certain things.
Wow.
I've had the brain zaps before. They usually do them right as I'm falling asleep so that it jerks me, like, scared awake. Looks like a firecracker in front of my eyes.
I've heard of that. I think
it's and then also the dreams, I believe. I don't know if they're doing dream research as well, or whatever the case might go. They don't have my consent. They don't have any of our consent.
No,
and I'm like, let me speak to the boss. I want to speak to the boss who created this. It gave me the consent to do this because it's not right, and we can't have this happen in the future.
I have the brain zaps all day long, and then every single night for the last 10 years, or well, since 2016. I exaggerated. So anytime, as soon as I'm starting to go into an actual real sleep, they zap me on the base of my neck on each side, behind my ears.
It's always when you're just about to sleep.
Yeah, and so then you wake up, and then when you go back to sleep, they do it again. So, and then they do it all day too when, like, I'm getting where they don't have a control or hold over me, like I'm actually thinking on my own or doing something.
Yeah,
they'll do it too.
I do the same thing.
Every day, all day long, and all night long.
On my own. And then people be like, oh, well, you're hearing voices. No, actually, they're using thought waves. They're using the theta wave, the alpha wave, or whatever other wave. That's how they're speaking. And it's synthetic telepathy. And it's illegal, whatever's going on. And, of course, that sounds crazy because people's not going to believe that technology exists. But it definitely exists. It's way too advanced to be anything mental. Way too advanced.
I'm still looking for
right now, I'm able to, if I act like I'm sending a text with my fingers, they can send it right back and use my fingers and send a text. Like in my brain. I don't know if Elon Musk is connected or he knows about this or whatever the case might be. I'm able to do that. And then they say one thing. They're like, the one thing you want to know is your mom is not your mom, your dad's not your dad. Whatever the case might be. They have been working against me. I don't know if it's because the ops, the feds or whatever is telling them something else and they're working. I don't know what the case is, but every time I got locked up trying to fight against this, it's because of my parents. And then they try to say something's wrong with me. When I just say, hey, look at the research, look at here, right here. On top of that, you literally hear these vehicles making noises all day. It's insane. I have audio of it. These people are literally like sitting, I don't know if it's like nano gas or whatever, but they're pumping something in the house. So when I breathe, I'm almost having a heart attack. And then they're shocking me. So whatever they're putting in the air, when they shock me, it gets close to a heart attack. And then I snapped at my mom. I was like, well, I almost died in the room or whatever. Can you at least tell me if y'all my parents or not? And it's like they wanted to say something, but they weren't allowed to. And I was like, well, I can't go to the police because the police here is with the stuff too. So I have nowhere to go. So I was just like, well, I'm just leaving. They called the police on me. The police pulled me over. I said, well, I'm getting hit with frequencies. He was like, oh, are you hearing frequencies? I said, no, I'm not hearing that. I'm not hearing frequencies. Can you please just leave me alone? I have money and I'm about to go to a hotel. Can you please just leave me alone? And they kept on harassing me. Put your hands behind your back. Da, 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 da. And whatever the case might be. And they tried to send me to a hospital. They're playing with my intelligence like something's wrong with me, and it's not. Like the doctor, I'm seeing the doctor. I'm in a asylum. Like everybody in Louisiana is trying to get to this one spot, and the doctor says there's nothing wrong with me. I'm not on no medicine.
And Sherry, I'm looking for it. I know. I'm just going to tell you, I'm looking for that psychiatrist she put out something that was like, how can you tell your family? And that that you needed to demand. I'm looking for it, and of course I can't find it. I thought her name was Sherry, and I found a Sherry on here that's talking about targeting. I'll find it. Just give me a few minutes.
One of the things that the guy that does the like law and common, the common law thing, he was saying that the judges, now someone can correct me if he's wrong because I'm just relaying what I'd heard, that the judges really can't, they could probably recommend, psychological, to commit you, but they really can't put you in there. But what goes on is you get an attorney, and that attorney behind your back goes to the judge and says, my client wants a psychological evaluation, and then that's how they get you in there.
Right.
That is what I've been told, and that is why I hear don't get an attorney.
The thing is, these people are so together and so advanced and like involved in like a cult the way they do things. So I get stalked by like FedEx and a lot of FedEx. So I do a trick and I'll be like, well, I'm going here just because I know they're listening to my phone and going there, and then they'll have like the FedEx like right there. And it's to the point like of course I go up to the FedEx and ask a question like, why y'all following me? He's like, oh, following you? What do you mean? And it's like, whatever. And now the mailman, the vehicle is extremely loud. Then they have to use the dirt bikes and the four-wheelers. Then they got to get the dogs barking. Then they got to get the honking in random spots in the city. And then when I'm getting ready to go off and yell because that's what they want in the street, it's empty. Because they want me to look unstable in front of everybody. They really, really want me to look unstable. I have put a lot of truth on social media to the point that Twitter had deleted my whole Twitter. I've been fighting the fight for a long time. I'm never giving up, period. Like I said, I have an EMF hat. I was able to sneak my EMF hat in here, but in Bossier Max when I was in the jail, they tried to make it seem like I had an imaginary helmet. It's like, you don't have a hat in your property. I said, what? Then y'all owe me money. I do have a hat in my property. It's an EMF hat. I said, Google it. Electric magnetic field protective hat. Google it. And they tried to make it seem like it wasn't there. So then that's why I was like, well, I'm about to sue these people. They just took my property. And then eventually it was there the whole time. So I'm able to wear my EMF hat to sleep. But they could obviously get through that. It has to be something close. I don't know if it's just a drone, because, of course, I get that drone that just follows me everywhere. But I'm fighting. I don't have a lot of a lot of help or whatever. I know when I get out here, it's going to be pretty tough, and I'm obviously just going to be walking, and staying at the house with my parents is not the move, because, you know what I mean, the whole neighborhood is gang stalking me. And I was like, so why is everybody in this neighborhood gang stalking me? He was like, it's the hood. This is how it goes. Well, I didn't been in the hood. That's not how it goes. You're literally, I said it was, I shouldn't be able to predict things. I shouldn't be able to say, I told my mom, I said, I shouldn't be able to predict things. I said, there's going to be a motorcycle, and they're going to make sure that I focus on this motorcycle at this Walmart. And they put that motorcycle in front of the Walmart door, like on the sidewalk in front of the door. I said, once 2 ambulances pass, and when they pass me, they turn their light on as soon as they pass me, and then the mailman's going to come around the corner, and then there's probably going to be a nurse. Like, they do street theater. It's to the point, but it's so huge out here. Maybe it is because it's in Louisiana, and they made me homeless, and I drove all the way out here from Ohio, and maybe they just wanted me to get more gang stalked out here. Maybe that's why it's just a lot of gang stalking out here. But I keep my faith, and God says we all peculiar people. And I do believe that we have to continue to pray strong, stay strong, and we go through it to get through it. We are chosen to get through these things, through these tough times. I have a pure heart.
You have to keep your faith. It's the only thing that can get you through this. And I'm sorry, I don't know, the levels of targeting that I've had have been very intense sometimes, and then not as intense. When it's really intense like that, God is the only thing you can turn to get through that. So just keep your faith and
I tell them, the people that do this to me or whatever, I forgive them. I pray that they could change and just do the right thing. I don't know if it's they're getting blackmailed and they have to do this. Sometimes they do say that. Like, I can see what it's going to say right now if I ask a question in my head. And then it said,
don't trust them as well, just from people who are...
It said, we're not, and then it stopped. Something's blocking it. That's another thing that's happening. Something's like blocking it. It fades away. I can tell when it's closer and when it's farther away. Like, something is out there. I don't know if it's fighting, like, against it, but whatever's out there is, like, blocking it sometimes.
And learn to not listen to them. I know they help you and they tell you certain things that are true and what you're talking about.
Right,
it's just some advice from a lot of people that have had this for many, many, many years. Don't listen to a word that they say. I know it's not possible with the volume, but don't hear them. Don't hear what they're saying, because most of the time it's to put you down. If it's not, if they're on the other side where they're giving you good information, it's like a way for for you to trust it. Don't ever trust it.
They say the most disturbingest things I've ever heard in my life. It's like being strapped to a chair, watching like a Barney as they're whispering in your ear, throwing water on you and shocking you. When I wake up in the morning, I have to switch that negativity and just continue to say positive things. It's a 24-hour program, so they have to like do this 24 hours. And they say the most disturbing things I've ever heard in my life. And the only thing, I'm not scared of it. I'm not fearful of it. I have faith. I'm just worried about if anybody else going through that. I don't like that. I appreciate this phone call. This is the best phone call I've had in such a long time. They thought me being locked up this long was going to break me, and they wanted me to give up, but way too strong. I get hit with the Holy Ghost every day. I continue to do prayer call. I was doing prayer call in the jail the whole time. I was continuing to help people as I was going through these things. And I also believe we go through it to get through it. So, and I salute y'all, and I salute this phone call, because if y'all wasn't doing stuff like this, I want to be able to vent and talk to other people that are going through the same thing. So it means a lot that what y'all are doing out there.
Sure, and I suggest that you join some of the other meetings as well if you do have internet access, because there are some calls that are specifically for like V2K and some of these different tortures that you're going through, where everybody is going to have a similar story to you. So again, there are a bunch of different calls, a lot of good moderators, a lot of different little groups, and so I would recommend checking into that. TIEvents.org is great. She's got those listed on there. And so join some more calls, and you'll find that a lot of people have similar stories. Hang in there.
I appreciate that. Of course, it's because I believe that we all know that the world is a stage as well. I don't want to say I'm a Trump supporter. I'm more of just a freedom supporter. But I'm thankful for that. I went to the January 6th thing, and I was just there to like show that what's going on was actually going on.
There it is. There it is.
But that's
They've
not the
targeted
reason.
every
that's not
person.
The reason. I was being targeted before that.
Okay. That was what I was going to say. Is most of those people that went there and did nothing and didn't go into the Capitol are targeted now. In fact, one of my family members is.
I never seen people love America. There was millions of people out there, and they focus on these people that literally just changed their clothes as the police was like, come in. Like everybody was supposed to do it, like it was like a celebration or something.
They're saying there's 2 million in this report. 2 million on the watch list.
I don't even think Michael Jackson could have brought that many people. I never seen anything like it. And then they didn't want to show the black guy performing, and it was black and white people in the crowd. They didn't want to show any of that. There was people having food, dancing. There was a whole lot of good stuff. I felt comfortable. There was a lot of good things going on. People was just loving America. But you know,
does anyone have any advice for Elliot?
I'll take any advice. Hello?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm sorry. I'm still looking for this. I found this when I was in my little cocoon of everything. Before I started becoming a part of the targeted community, I found this person and I cannot find it. So I want to get this information to you and Sherry, because there is a lady on the East Coast who is aware of this and tells you how to tell your family and all sorts of different good advice. I will find it. Please give me a minute.
How do I do y'all do this every day or something?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Is this like every day that y'all do this?
There are calls every day. My call, I'm going to only be doing it every couple weeks, because it's just this call is mostly about politics and how we can stop this politically. And so there's all different types of calls. Again, try TIEvents.org.
Yeah.
She's got every call listed on there. And so any type of call, if you want to talk about V2K, there's a call about V2K. If you want to talk about the gang stalking, there's just in general calls that talk about everything. So just check out her site, and valuable information on these type of calls where you can get a sense of community again, because we've all of us were isolated. And it's good to have somebody know exactly what you're talking about when you're talking about a bird or I heard this voice, or these things that you will have a community of people that have similar stories.
The birds and what they do, I got like videos of it. But there was this other person called Alex Tillman, but he ended up being the shooter, and he ended up getting killed, but he didn't know what was going on. He was like, the devil's making things louder. He didn't know that was noise campaign. He was like, people were after me, the devil's after me. He didn't know what was going on, and it's so sad because it makes me cry sometimes. The last video he has is like, is there anybody out there real that could just speak to me? Please help me. And like his house is making noises just like how my house was, with the walls. cracking and stuff. It could just be to create paranoid schizophrenic, because that's what they want you to be diagnosed with.
My son, because it says message.
Like they could turn things on and off in your house and all types of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
You weren't on here earlier, but it was before most people were. But yeah, in my apartment here, I moved in here just a few months ago because I was homeless for a while. And I went to go do laundry, and I came back, and it was in the summertime, and so I don't have air conditioning here, and I live in LA. And so, but it's fine. I live close to the water. But I came back here, and the heater was turned on to like 90. I mean, it was so hot in here. And I came back, and how did this turn on? Somebody must have come in here. And so I had my landlord go through the video camera. Did somebody come in here? Because my heater got turned on when I was gone doing laundry. Somebody was in here. And so she went through the camera with me, and nobody came in here, or they deleted it or looped it or put but there was no proof. But my heater got turned on, and it's a physical thing. It's not digital like the Nest. Somebody came in here, turned it all the way up, and then just to mess with me.
I also believe they have to. I don't know why they do that, but they somehow can get to your house and mess with your stuff in your house. I sleep with my my pants next to me and stuff like that. I just got it because when I was younger, my dad used to steal from me, and I just still sleep with my pants next to me. And somehow, some of my cigarettes is missing, and then I go outside, and one of my cigarettes is flipped upside down by the door to let them know. Letting them know they was next to me and they took a cigarette. Stuff like that. But in order for them to do stuff like that, I do believe they have invisibility technology as well. I don't know if that's too far-fetched, but I mean, what I'm going through is real. You know what I'm saying? I do believe they have nanoparticles or whatever the chemtrails is they be spraying. That's a big part of what's going on.
Hello?
Yeah.
Can y'all hear me?
Welcome.
How you doing? I'm having the same issues you having. I mean, I come home, I have found boo-boo stain on my doggone toilet. I've come home, they done stole my iron. And I know doggone well because I work in healthcare and you have to iron your uniform. And when I come home, I was going to iron that night for to wear that the next day, it was gone. They steal everything. They do everything. You're correct. They have messed up my door. And that's how I know they're getting in.
Yeah. The door, when you turn it, feels weaker.
Mm-hmm. Or try to close it.
Exactly
It's not closing right. Yeah, They done spit all over my wall. Now, this is the thing. I do have a Great Dane, but when I leave, I put her in the basement. Why I got spit on the dang on wall? She's in the basement. She's locked in the basement. So I don't even know how I'm getting spit all over the wall. That's crazy. You're right. They doing a lot of stuff. So you're not by yourself.
But it's just I don't know how we cannot see that happening at that point. I also believe when I go through, they can also make me go to sleep. But I don't know what type of sleep it is. It's a deeper sleep that they could do that. But they could definitely trigger me to go to sleep.
Yeah, they can do anything. I mean, it's some strange things. I be getting attacked, too. I get attacked. My eyes. They attack my eyes. Every time I turn around, it feels like some radiation or something in my eyes. They attack my eyes. They attack my neck. They have attacked my finger. There's one time they attacked my finger, and I still got the bruise. It was pulsating, and then all of a sudden it started peeling. Now I got a little red mark in it. So they can do anything.
Yeah, the thing is, eventually we're going to get answers, but the goal of these people is they don't want us to have any answers.
No. They don't want you associating. They don't want you talking.
Yeah, that's the whole point of wanting us isolated. They don't want anybody to even believe what we're going through.
Right. They hate this programming. They hate this conference call because they know they be on it listening. They know they don't like this, but it's out. There's more coming. There's more coming. People study.
The thing is how I do it and how it's big as it is now is when they're gang stalking me and I'm just walking to get like a cigarette or a black them out or whatever. That's all I do. I don't pay attention to them. I let they self be the mirror, and other people can see what I'm going through is actually happening. I don't have to say nothing. Y'all making it hot for yourself.
Right. Right. Do you wear a camera?
That's what I've been doing this whole time. But I just don't understand. I think where I'm at is cult infested, and that's why they're able to get away with a few things. As in, like the police here is probably involved and all types of stuff.
Yes, I mean it's a mess. I'm trying to hook up something because some things you can be able to prove. I don't know about where you at. I mean, because there's a lot going on. I don't see why you can't. But it's the fact that a person take a case. That's what the thing is. Because it's just too much going on under the cover.
Yeah, I'm in this place where they, when I go to sleep, they come and, like, shine a flashlight and check up on me every, 20 minutes and open the door. But just the door being squeaky, that could be a thing. But another thing is not everything is working against us, and that's the whole point of them doing certain things. Like, I know that every loud car is not a gang stalker. Not every loud thing is a gang stalker. But that's what they want us to think. You have to do no energy.
Right. It's just like everybody in it. Sometimes I feel like everybody in it because they have their phones. It seems like they see you. They take their phones out.
I would like to know what that is, too, because they do take pictures and video.
Or something. They take their phones out. I've seen a lot of them texting. Just you can see them texting, and their head be down. I'll be glad when this mess comes. It's going to come out. It might be a minute, but it's coming out slowly, but it's coming. I bet you next year we're going to have a lot.
It's going down. It's going to get exposed. Like, I'm thankful that at least they have the Havana syndrome thing.
Right.
So that helps.
That helps.
Hopefully I can go see Dr. Hoffer. And that works. Or if there's anything else that can help, I don't know, because I don't know since I'm talking like this or what they're going to do, or they're going to, like, move me to a place I can't talk on the phone, or what they're going to do next. Just because I'm talking on it, so.
Yeah, you got to be careful.
I appreciate y'all. Is there anything I could write down? I have a pen.
What do you mean? What you want to write? What you want to write?
I was asking the people I was talking to earlier.
Oh. But
we're all still here, I believe.
Huh?
The people that you were talking to are still here. I believe Katie and the other caller were here. But yeah, if you're on Twitter, if you got to this call, if you can add me on Twitter, because I actually might have to go through my handwritten notes. I write a journal every day, and I was in the heavy ring of fire at the time when I found this lady, and I believe because I can't find it, of course, because it was deep in here, because it's just a site. But I'll find it and I'll give it to you. But I might have to check my journals because, again, and this was a time where I was really understand that they have you in fight or flight, and so I was so scared of so many. I was just scared because they tried to kill me, and they were watching me, and they were sending me messages, and they were stalking me and coming up next to me and saying things I had just said on the phone, and that. It's very, very, very disturbing, and so I was just very afraid of everything. And so again, I know this lady exists, so if you can write me on Twitter, again, I might have to do this.
I don't have internet access until I go home. I have to take the competency test. I talked to the doctor today, and he said, well, you seem good. You're not on any medicine. I'm going to try to get you – I'll let you know when you can take the test in about 2 weeks. So after I take the test and then I pass, then they send me back to the jail, and then I have to wait for court. And then most likely they'll probably give me time served or probation. But the thing is, they gave me home invasion and simple burglary. And guess what? The people The people, I paid $400 for these people, a brand new door. They also came to my house and talked to my mom and asked if I'm okay, and they're not even going to show up to court. So why am I still been locked up this whole time?
Wow.
They got home invasion. Home invasion carries 1 to 30 years.
Ooh. Oh, my God.
Right. And all I was trying to do was the right thing. They use this technology for that to happen. And I'm a really good person.
That's something. I wish you the
so
best.
Now I don't even want that on my record, but of course they probably want that. They want me to look like a criminal, unstable, and a conspiracy theorist.
Well, you need to get on Gaji calls. You need to get on T.I. event. You need to get on Gaji's call also, because she has attorney Anna on there. Sometimes you can talk to an attorney and ask these questions just as well.
Yeah, I really, of all the things I've been through, I do, it's not about the money, but if I could sue and they can't do this to nobody else, then they should.
Yeah, that's the thing, if you can sue.
But it's just, I got to try to stay away. I've been studying other people that have been going through the same thing, and they write frivolous and trying to make it seem like it's a conspiracy theory, so they throw it out.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I still recommend don't tell any of those state-appointed, any of those psychologists, and none of them. Tell them nothing.
The only reason I said those things because as soon as I figured out that I was under Voice to Skull, I was the happiest I've ever been, because I've been trying to figure out for the past years of what was going on. I figured it out. I was like, wow, this is Voice to Skull.
It's going to feel good.
Stopped.
It's going to feel good to get this information that everybody has. It's really going to, I think you do need to join, especially Targeted Justice, because there are Anna's on there. She jumps onto a lot of different calls, but I can't.
That's where I got David. That's where I met David. I had somebody in jail look up Targeted Justice because I seen it in the case when I typed in MK Ultra, because at the law library, we could use the law library in jail, and then I was reading on some cases, and I was like, wow, we have something called Targeted Justice. And I told my one cellie that went home, because he was still messaging me, I was like, can you please send me information? And then that's when he sent David's number. There's like websites and stuff, but I can't get on the internet. But David helped me. I've been talking to him, and he's the one that gave me the number to call y'all. I appreciate it so much.
And I do notice with Louisiana specifically, and I believe one of the Targeted Justice, maybe it's Gaji, that's from New Orleans. There are a lot of targeted individuals in New Orleans.
Oh, wow. I've never been to New Orleans yet. I would love to go there, but I've never been there yet.
I'm sorry, Louisiana. I love New Orleans, though. I mean, the state of Louisiana seems to have a lot of targeted individuals for whatever reason. I don't know. I thought California, Texas, some of these places we know, but I don't know what's up with Louisiana.
I don't know what's up with it either, but it's definitely different. But the heavy targeting, I think, is because when I make it too hot for them, then they want me to go somewhere else and move me around and stuff. That's what they do to target individuals. They want me actually homeless, but think about how many homeless people are being targeted. And then I'll be hearing there's certain people that talk to themselves here, and how do I not? Maybe they think they have a mental issue, but they probably going through some things too, and this is just harnessing people that are going through things, the same thing. Like if I wasn't aware and did my research and know all this stuff, and it was, you got a mental issue or something, I probably would, but I'm too smart for that.
Well, they do that to a lot of people that are not, like they pull this schizophrenia, which I think is malpractice, because I have a cousin who has schizophrenia, completely debilitating, and it follows all the patterns of the way schizophrenia is supposed to be clinically. And they are just giving this to people who are 50-year-old women, and it's malpractice. it's not. And then someone was saying that in the DSM that hearing voices is not a symptom of schizophrenia anymore. It's not like a. But again, I don't know if that's for sure. I haven't looked that up. But they will just slap you with the schizophrenia when all you heard was a voice. And my thing is what do you do for mediums? How do you, like, you're going to tell somebody who speaks to spirit that they are, not well?
Right. I think there's a spiritual aspect in this as well. I believe a lot of target individuals are very spiritual. I'm extremely spiritual, and I love God.
Amen.
I do speak in tongues. I have had that happen a few times. I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but it's just a lot going on. But it's just a lot, you know what I'm saying? And they want me to. I'm surprised I was allowed to say these things, but something's blocking them from being able to hit me with frequencies. So, like, if I go to my uncle's house, usually I'll start shaking or whatever, and as soon as a plane go over, I stop. Or if I say frequency, it'll stop. But if I go to a hospital because I feel like if I had a heart attack because they keep hitting me frequency, as soon as I get close to the door at the hospital, there's that bird to torment me. And you can't tell no nurse, oh, I'm getting hit with frequencies. The next thing they're going to say is, are you hearing voices? And then you're going to say, yeah. And I do think you're getting followed. Yeah. Of course I am. I waited 3 months to make sure I wasn't tripping. When these people was pulling up and not getting gas, and then when I leave, then they leave. So the first time it happened, and I figured out when it was near my house, it made me upset. So I jumped out the house and went in the street and was like, what's up? Yelling in the street. Y'all want to fight? What's going on? Y'all disrespecting me? Y'all near my house? I was going off. And then I realized, what is going on? These people are literally just driving by and laughing. They don't want to fight me. They just want to discredit me. And then they already got the ambulance around the corner. They have the ambulance and all these things around the corner for staged events.
Oh, let me put
There is another thing that I noticed. I was in a homeless shelter for a while, and it was, and I live in LA, so it was not in a bad part of town. I'm not trying to make it out like it's like, it was not, it could have been so much worse than it was. However, it was brand new, and it was like an old hotel, so everybody kind of had their own room. But there was first of all, there's a weaponized tower a half a block away, and there was a blue laser light that shined into my room and another person's room that I went around. I have all this like different, I took it different days, different pictures, tried to find where it was coming from. It's coming from that tower. I don't know what the significance of the blue is, but I do believe they're putting directed energy weapons.
There's a significance to that blue. It has something to, I think it's just getting you prone for suggestions. There's another part of mind control, I believe. So a lot of those blue lights, I get followed by the people that have some new blue lights on vehicles. They like to get in the line and like follow me. They also do the one light symbolism with their hand out the window. But yeah, those lights.
This one's like a laser. It's like an actual. I've got pictures and videos of it, and it's still there. I have someone that I know that lives there. It's still there. I believe that they are doing specifically to homeless shelters, institutionalized people such as yourself, and these other places that they want to control people or keep them there or whatever it is that they, or make you look more crazy when you're already in, but I do think that it is 100%.
I honestly think they're going to try to, when I get out, they're going to try to make me seem like I'm a criminal or whatever, and they're going to, I don't know. They're going to try to, like, I don't know. It's like, I don't know what they're going to do. But I'm not really worried about it, but I know they're going to try something. But I can literally go to sleep with peace knowing that sometimes I'll be like, where's the vehicle at? You know what I'm saying? They're outside of my cell, literally like, vroom, 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 vroom. Like, why?
It's noise harassment is what it's called. And they do it with they sometimes do it with those leaf blowers. They do it with planes. It's called noise harassment, but that's why they do it, because it's really disturbing to people who are sensitive to those type of things. Like for me, I'm really sensitive to sound and different things. Like
Are you like an empath?
I have some psychic abilities.
I think I do too. Maybe that has something to do with it as well. I didn't have dreams that didn't came true and predicted a lot of things. Even my cellies had seen it. I had a dream that my mom had fell. She kept falling, but she was singing. And I was like, what? So when I woke up, I went and called my mom, and we were talking about it. She was like, you know I fell, right? And I was like, that's why I called you. And she was like, oh, let me find out you're a prophet, like making fun of me, let me just being funny or whatever. But I didn't had so many scenarios when I do that. And then I do things like I'll get the deck of cards and like mix them up, and then I'll pick the top. I'll say the top one's going to be an ace, and then it's an ace, and then they'll shake my body and be like, how the F did you do that? And the thing is, I don't cuss like that because I've been working on my cussing, and they're like literally just cussing and using like language I don't even say. They don't even speak like how I would speak, how they talk. And there's like different, okay, so one dude's name is Red, right? In my head, a voice is called, whatever, they said he had red hair or whatever. So in jail, they put everybody next to me with red hair. There was way too many people they put next to me with red hair while I was in jail. And then one dude literally said this. He said, hey, he said, your name's Elliot. I said, when did you just get here? He said, yes, there's no way you know my name's Elliot. Then he was like, he said, you could have killed me on sight when you saw me. I said, what are you talking about? I'm not the only one in your head. What? And it was very creepy. Dude looked like very demonic. And like one point I tried to pray for him, and he like literally hissed, like backed away, like. And then he was like, your radio doesn't have batteries in it. I was like, how do you know that? There's no way you didn't go on my cell. How do you know my radio ain't got batteries in it? But just little things like that. But it could just be gaslighting as well. They like to gaslight. I could talk about just any little thing that's like personal or where nobody else is around, and they just talk about it. Or if I have something in my house, and then they'll show that they're watching me. Basically, they want you to show that they're watching you. They want you to know that you're watching so you feel paranoid. I don't know what the goal is of doing that. But as long as you stay strong and you keep on with your life and don't be fazed by it, well, I mean, you're doing the right thing. Just keep the faith. I don't know what they're going to do now because I never had a conversation this long or ever in this facility, and I know for a fact they're...
Hey, how you doing?
Hey.
Hey. One of the reasons why they want to cause you to feel like you're being watched all the time is because it's a psychological thing. So it like they're hoping for an impact on behavior, and different people respond differently to it. Some people may change, whatever activity, doesn't matter what it is. Some people may get depressed and isolated. Others could potentially, maybe do some harm. But it's a mixture of it, and they can collect data on every individual. So, for example, let's say you and I are friends and you're telling me about your experience, and they're listening in on that call. Well, it's a massive data collection, so they can know things, for example, that bother you. It could be, let's say you had a complaint about a coworker, and you share that with me, but then they get a hold of your coworker and share that info with them, and then you'll notice bizarre treatment at your workplace where you didn't have a direct altercation, or another instance could be private moments in your home being shared in your work or community or church, and then you start to say, well, why are people treating me this way? Well, that's because they can, through technology, isolate you. So imagine having 10 people in the room. you're standing in the middle of the room and a text message going out to everyone around you but you. And it could have your personal matters, it could have defaming information about you, and that's what promotes that isolating feeling. I just wanted to throw that at you.
I appreciate it. I definitely believe that's definitely facts. I think they also get paid for reactions. I don't know if this has anything to do with the dark web. I've never been on the dark web in my life. But I feel like when I look at the cameras that they have in the jail or here, my body shuts down like a computer. Like literally my head goes down and like I make like this vibration sound. Hello?
And after years of going through something like this, it's deeply impactful. One of the things that I can't say what mechanisms in the background occur, but I know if they can get you slapped with any sort of mental health diagnosis, that allows for something further more intrusive in your life. That
makes sense.
I work for the judicial system in the capital, Trenton, New Jersey, and I went through brutal harassment. And luckily enough, I had coworkers let me know nothing I could do about it because it's coming. This is a state-level branch I was working for, and this is clearly something federal. And the harassment ramped up over time, which proves that it existed before I even got that government job. And that's the thing. They will actually let you get employed just so that they can use that as a way to corner you, basically. And that's by getting your coworkers around you to participate. So not every person is a paid perpetrator. There are people who are paid, like people who are low lives, scumbags. Yes, you can those type people. But when it comes to coworkers and neighbors, they look at it more like, oh, I'm just helping out. I'm just doing what I need.
So do they think they're doing something good? Because how can they get my whole family involved and everybody I know involved?
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. What'll keep you guessing is that no one will tell you. Very few people will.
Well, how can they keep it that secret unless they're thinking they're doing something good to help me? Or does it make sense how everybody can know something and I don't know nothing? I've been going through hell. What if I could have got killed or something?
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, it's been 2 decades for me, and it's just been a slow ramp up over time of the different things they've done. I think it was back in 2016, I got some of the V2K hit with some sort of weapon while I was in Philly. I was out with another government guy, and we were at this bar, and this man and woman came in, casually dressed, and as I finished a pint of beer, I put it down on the table, and the lady that was with this guy grabbed it, and I jokingly said to her, "What are you trying to do? Get my DNA?" She said, "Yes," put it in some sort of black bag, and walked out. And one of the things what I've come to understand is important in this is to get biometric information from you. So, fingerprint, it could be blood type. That's pretty common.
Are they trying to clone? Is that what's going on? I don't trying to clone the brain. I know my brain is on the interface 100%.
I don't think it's cloning. I think it's more to do with so if you look at a network model, at the physical layer, that would represent like a person, right? So if you implant a person or use some sort of nanoparticulates, then that would make telemetry easier because you can kind of lock in on that person. But everyone's DNA, it's a different frequency, kind of like a radio transmitter. So what I believe is happening is that even just using the OSI model, what I think is happening is that they're basically trying to put every human being on a network. So you have something called IoT, which is the Internet of Things, but what that would be is IOB, Internet of Bodies, or W-band. And what I think is happening is that they want to get everyone on that network some way, somehow, for whatever their purposes are. That's just what I believe.
I think it's like also they want to put our consciousness on something too. I read something about that, a Senate world, something like a GTA, but like our consciousness on there. And you see how we're going with GTA, and people are really buying things for games and buying clothes with real money, and they trying to do everything digital and put up in screens. I do believe screens have something to do with a lot of things.
Well, Microsoft, so if you look at data collection, pretty much today we have storage, but Microsoft and a number of other bigger companies are working on storing data on DNA, which greatly increase their ability to store data. And you got to ask yourself, who is that? What is all of that data? Well, it's got part of that has to be human data. It can't be all business related. So you could Google that, look that up on YouTube. I took the AI-900 course a couple weeks ago, and it's very clear that data collection and biometric collection. So right now, like if you use a Windows 10 or 11 computer, your biometric data is stored, but it's encrypted. But in a society where they want to capture all of that, no longer would it be a matter of it being stored on a local device. It would just be something that the government or law enforcement that they retain. So right now, it's just so. For example, if you have a laptop with a fingerprint reader, you scan your fingerprint and it's encrypted on the local device. It's not shared with Microsoft. But in the future, that they're going to remove that layer, and all biometric data will be shared.
Right, because you can see with the agenda where they're pushing, where like Snapchat and other apps, they're really scanning people's faces for some reason.
Oh yeah,
that's why you can open your phone with your face and all that stuff. But I think it's just to collect data. But what are they doing with it?
That's exactly right. What are they doing with it is the question.
Yeah, I don't know why. I'm trying to see what everybody has in common for all this to happen to certain people, because not everybody's going through this. You know what I mean? Or I don't know if it's. I don't know exactly when this happened. I don't know if LSD had something to do with it. A friend did had tricked me into LSD at one point, but they do say that's connected with MK Ultra. I don't know. I just know there's a lot about the brain and study, and I know for a fact they're studying me. So when I speak like real or speaking the truth, it gets quiet. Another thing is like where I'm living, if I'm speaking out loud, the whole city gets quiet. When I'm speaking real, I can feel the energy of the whole city. Like not the whole city, but I'm speaking like my neighborhood is quiet listening to me. And I did my research. I know for a fact that I believe the Masons are involved for sure.
They're a stalking group. There's a lot of stalking groups. I know I live in California, and it's like the Scientologists are a big part of that. The cops, the actual sheriff department is involved in it. It's a big old racket that's run through the fusion centers. It's more than one stalking group that does this, and then there's like InfraGard and like a couple other companies that do it.
Hey Shiloh, did you hear about the the sheriff in Florida being sued for using that human intelligence program, stalking people, considering them criminals, even teenagers. And this was, I'm going to try to find a video to send it to you. But that sheriff, his department they're currently being sued for this.
Good, they need to be. It's out of control. Yeah, please send it to me. I did not hear about this actually.
And if I could follow y'all when I get out, I'll try to save this paper.
Yeah, mine is Shiloh Taylor 33 on all platforms. SHILOH TAYLOR 33.
Hold on. Oh man, my pen.
SHILOH TAYLOR 33. And since you mentioned the Masons, no, that's not just a Masons number. That is a number that has to do with my birthday. My life path number is a 33. So no, I am not a Mason. I'm also a female, so I don't believe you can be. But anyway, that is not a Mason number.
Okay. Another thing is, I was seeing this number 222 everywhere I went. I would wake up at 2 in the morning, and it would be like 222. At the weirdest times. It was just weird.
Yesterday was the 20th anniversary, 20th year I lost my brother Tom Molinek. Then this morning, Johnny Bell Molinek, my half mother, my dad's first wife, went to join him in heaven. I didn't know Todd and Johnny Bell died on the same day.
No, they didn't.
Oh, they died a day apart.
Oh,
That's weird.
Yeah, I've been seeing.
No. That guy he's John Snyder. Yummy. He is so yummy.
Oh. I gotta show you something on YouTube. Hold on. It's so funny. I had no idea until I looked up my name on YouTube just to see.
Yeah, I started seeing the number or whatever, and for some reason my birthday is 1989 plus 1989, 24, and 9, which is September 24th, 1989. And I told my friend, I said, my birthday probably is going to add up to 2022 or something. And it actually did. And I was going to drop my album in 2022, but then I ended up getting locked up. I also turned 33 at that time. And I thought they was planning on like sacrificing me at 33 because I have a pure heart, and maybe that's what they needed. And they had to put me through certain tests or something. I don't know. But it's definitely experimental. They also got different names for MK Ultra. I think they got one called the Phoenix Program. And all that stuff. The thing is, it's like, oh, should I write my president about what I'm going through? How does he not know what I'm going through? Or anybody else is going through, right? You know what I mean? I don't know if it's top secret or what we're going through. I mean, it seems like it.
Yes, it is.
What do y'all think about my parents? Like, I honestly believe they're, like, involved in it or something, but why would you not tell me?
I don't know. Have you ever heard, like, one of the things I came across a couple years ago was, I think it was called the human terrain. And so what it was about attacking each domain in a person's life. So, say your presence in community or where you work. It's kind of what I said earlier, but they actually gave it a name. It was something to do with the human terrain and attacking each. So you would compartmentalize each part of a person's life and then attack it. And then, of course, over time, you'll wear down their sense of well-being.
Right. Treat it like a science project or something.
Yeah, well, it's deeply psychological. Because
I don't know if you ever seen the movie Control Factor. There's a movie called Control Factor, and it goes through the same thing. I think he even says target individuals in it. It's an older movie, and it's called Control Factor. And the guy was tired of his neighbors yelling all the time. He was like, "Oh my God, this is annoying! This is annoying!" And finally, he just snapped, and he opened up the doors. He's like, "Shut the F up!" But the whole time it was like an audio tape. It was big audio tape cassette, and he was getting voice to skull. They used the frequency weapon. He had to wear EMF hat. He noticed that everybody's frequencies was making him irritable. I do believe they can stage different events by just hitting a building with a frequency to get people irritated, to get a fight or something like that.
You know what? That's funny because actually one of the patents I looked at, it actually stated that one of the results would be agitation. So they've been working on this for a long time, and I think one of the earliest ones I saw was 1940-something.
Oh, wow.
So imagine what you could do if you targeted a crowd of people like that. You could increase the tension in a crowd.
Right. I seen it just like another movie, because I watch movies, but I watch movies because I know they got subliminals in there. Dang, I forgot. I think it was called The Kingsman, the second Kingsman movie with Samuel Jackson. Or maybe it could have been the first one. But he told everybody, I think everybody could have free phones or something like that. Free phones for everybody or something, but it was his church. And he did something and the app popped up and the frequency just was going off the whole time. And then everybody just started killing each other.
Well, you remember the Batman movie where Batman activated the mic and camera on all the cell phones? And I think it was Alfred that kind of scolded him for doing that. But by doing that, you create a virtual dragnet. So again, it goes back into what I'm saying. The mobile device is the most common thing you have is quick access. So if I send a picture of you to a group of people, now that group of people know who they're looking for.
Right. So another thing is are we on a terrorist list? And this or something? Why would we even be on it if we even do nothing?
Well, that's the nonsense of the program because some call us non-investigative subjects. So if we're non-investigative, why are we subjects? Subjects of what?
Right. I don't know. And another thing I would like to know is, was we selected at a young age or in our adult age this happened? Or have we always been going through this and just ain't realize it?
I don't know, but because of that new list that we found out about this year called the Quiet Skies list, an infant was placed on the list, and they only found out when they saw these quadruple S's on a boarding pass. So this is an infant that's been placed on a part of the TSDB.
Or maybe we are special in a way that we do have abilities that some people can't, that don't have, and they're studying that as well.
Yeah, there may be some sort of medical application. I know that's part of the use of technology to wirelessly monitor your vitals, and that's something they're working on just for medical use in general.
They have the ability to give me artificial emotions. They can give me artificial like fear. Artificial, like it's just artificial.
I believe it.
It's crazy, and I don't know what it is that's blocking it, because there's something out there that can block the voice to skull, and I would love to have that 24/7, but then we block it sometimes. And like right when I go to my cell, they know when I go to my cell, so I know for a fact. I wish I could voice memo it, but I go to my cell, a loud vehicle's gonna go off, and then the bird's gonna make some noises. And a few other loud vehicles and trucks are going to go past. And they're going to rev their engines when they know I'm in my cell.
They do the car alarm thing to me all the time.
Oh, my God. I hate that. They do the car alarm thing, the barking, the dogs barking. But one time it had to be audio because I heard like a cow, then a dog bark, and like some other noises. I think that part was audio. I think sometimes they use audio. And so I was getting tormented by the birds. So I went to the store with my mom. There's literally somebody in the store playing a bird on their phone, and I'm literally trying to find where they're at. It could have been the worker the whole time while I'm looking for a customer. Like even if I go to the boardwalk, they make sure to have security follow me. If I go to the mall, the whole mall security follow me. I'm a really, 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 really good person. I'm not boasting or anything, but I would help anybody out if they need it. Why y'all trying to treat me like I'm a bad person? But I do believe that.
Go ahead, sorry.
Go ahead. I'm just saying that I do believe that some gang stalkers are probably rooting for us too.
And then there's another view of that. Like when you've been gang stalked for a while, you just I don't know what they do. The regular gang stalkers, like what would they do if they didn't have you to gang stalk? I don't know. It just seems like it's also they want you gone, but what else would they do? How would they make money?
I don't know. And I don't know if they even have, or how real are they, or are they even deeper in the program and being controlled? That's another thing. I mean, I believe anything is possible with this technology they're doing. I do believe that. I also get that cold air. I get cold air, and sometimes it's like near my nose, and I have to cover my nose with my cover, like they're trying to like push something in my nose. Usually to probably put me to sleep. I do believe it's nano gas. I do believe nanotechnology. I believe those are the particles that are falling from the sky, and that's why they got to continuously use chemtrails so we can breathe it. And it gives them more controls because, you know what I'm saying, our body's more than 70% water, and you can use a frequency to do something. So right now they say that they got COVID in here, and that's one. I always thought they was going to try to kill me with either try to say it was that or anything. So they had me in a camera cell. That's one thing that's good. They had me in the camera cell in jail. I don't know why, but I always spoke the truth in there, and you could actually see me on camera being shocked the whole time. You can see a lot of things, so if anybody needed proof of what I've been through, I was in a cell for 6 months where there was a camera seeing everything I went through. Like I said, every time I look at a camera, like my arms get like floppy, and then my head like goes down, like being shut off or something. I would like to know where the chip is or wherever the implant is. But for this to be this advanced, I'm pretty sure it's probably hard to find.
I'm not sure I have one. I'm going through some medical stuff right now. Some people have it. It's very visible, very obvious, very, very clear. I don't have anything clear. I mean, I know I'm targeted without any doubt, but I don't know if I have an implant. Again, I am going to make sure I don't know, so it's a possibility, but I believe that they can do it without, just because of some information that somebody with a top secret clearance told me personally, who was my friend who worked for the Department of Defense, making what he called laser guns. And so I believe at this point that it's both, that some people have implants and some people don't. But the people who have implants, a lot of people have really good proof of it, or you can see it or feel it, or I don't have any of those symptoms of the pictures and different things that they show online, so I don't know if I have one.
To that gentleman, that cold air, and then when he feels up the nose, they're shooting a microwave up your nose. It's a microwave. It's just radiation. They want you to suck in that,
It's weird. Like, I literally cover myself up when I go to the cell, and every cell I go to, sometimes I can hear reverb, like almost like an echo when I speak. So I know that there's some type of monitoring, obviously. And I did tests, knowing that they could see through my eyes, because every time they know I'm doing push-ups, they try to torment me to stop me from doing my push-ups. So I'm doing push-ups and saying like weird stuff. So I did a trick, and I closed my eyes and acted like I was doing push-ups, but I wasn't doing push-ups. And it was tormenting me. So I know for a fact, and I asked the questions. I say, can you please just give me a few seconds of just my own thoughts, please? And then I'll look at something, and it'll say cup. I'll look at a cup, it'll say cup. I'll look at a book, it'll say book. I'm like, I don't even think like that, so that doesn't make sense. That's not me. So it's extremely advanced. I don't know how they are able to communicate like that. And I know they change shifts or whatever, and they have to monitor me 24/7. I do believe some is AI, because some of the stuff is like you know what I'm saying. I do believe it's AI, and then they take control some days. I do believe a lot is like advanced AI that learns everything about you. I don't know what they're gonna do. I've been on the phone. They probably know exactly what I'm talking about. They're probably gonna like move me. Because that's what they did last time when I complained about noise outside my cell. And I was telling them this is an emergency. It's a weapon. Yeah, it's real in the field, but guess what? God is realer than it all. I know God's in control, and God can also read my mind and my thoughts. So God knows my thoughts. And another thing they like to say, they like to speak about children. It's so weird and so disturbing. They'll be like, why are you hurting kids in jail? What the fuck? What? That's weird. That's so weird.
That pedophile thing is with the V2K. That's very common with, it's like they're terrorists, they're pedophile. It's like they're two things they can get, but that's a very common thing with men and the pedophile thing.
It's extremely weird. And it's to the point, and I told them, and they listen, when I say I'm literally I'm afraid of children. Like, they freak me out. I'm scared of them. I had no problem. I could watch a movie. Every time I watch a movie, they say something weird or anything like that. If they see a child, like in Walmart, they did this thing. I went to Walmart. They had the whole Walmart stage. It looked like toys. It looked like I forgot that place where kids go and they have fun or whatever. But it was just way too many kids. It didn't seem right. These people can travel in big bundles and they have a whole full family, whatever the case might be. The kids are gang stalking me. Everywhere I went, they was just getting closer and stuff. It was just weird. They're also making bird noises and doing a whole bunch of weird stuff. So I'm waiting for my mom, and I literally couldn't even, like, I couldn't even walk around Walmart no more. I had to wait by the auto part. You know what I mean? It's like very disturbing. And it's like if I end up having kids, and my child be like, I want to go to Chuck E. Cheese. I don't want to be so afraid that I don't have that time and want to take my kid to Chuck E. Cheese because I've been tormented so much. I'm strong though. I know I can get through it. But what if they're doing this to other people? What if they give in? That's the dangerous part. I know I could get through it eventually, but this is wrong. I'm afraid. I'm not afraid of nothing. But if I saw a child, I would I might say ill. I might feel a little weird. You know, I don't want to say they're weird, but they try to make them weird. You know. Oh, thank you. So that's one thing they do. They also said I had to choose between them saying that or them talking about murder and kill. So when I walk into Walmart and they see a child or something and say kill, and I'm like, whoa. So I know for a fact they can see through my eyes. They can see through my eyes. It's not just through security cameras or cameras at Walmart. They literally see through my eyes and see if I see somebody. And then the thing is, they'll put children everywhere. I go to the mall, and they'll just bring them everywhere to torment me because they know they've been saying weird stuff, and I don't like it. I don't even want to go to the mall no more because I know for a fact they're going to bring a whole bunch of children there, and it's weird. And I don't want to feel that way because they're innocent and they didn't do nothing to me, but it's to the point I'm like, ew. They torment me that bad. If I saw a child, I literally would be afraid.
I don't know if they see through your eyes or if they do the remote neural monitoring with that, how they know what you're thinking or what's going on. I'm not sure of the technology between all of those, but I do know that with myself, I don't get it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That I don't think so. But it does do this, it's like on a record, like a loop. When I do get it, it's a loop. It's like the same thing over and over and over again. Like my daughter, they created something, I couldn't get a hold of her, and then, so the phones aren't working, and I'm freaked out, so then it's going, you're unfit, over and over and over and over again, so I can't concentrate on trying to reach my daughter. They just want to tell me I'm unfit. It's like the pedophile thing, like it's some kind of, I don't know, but
negativity.
Yeah.
And they know I don't fear nothing, and they know one thing I don't like, so I think they're just trying to use that against me, and it really creeps me out. And I'm like an empath, so when it's ill and it's like, oh, it's really ill, you know what I mean?
No,
so that is disturbing, especially waking up, and like if I gotta take a piss. And then they say something weird, and it's like, oh, what?
Yeah, you got to not focus. You're definitely on remote neural monitoring, and they definitely, when you're on that, they can see through your eyes. They see what you're seeing in that, but you can't focus on the kid stuff and that. That's all part of it, you know, just the psychological thing to mess with you, you know. And don't look at kids like that, and don't.
I know.
Put too much emphasis on
what just walked by right now. I'll be like, oh my god.
Yeah, well, they want.
It's only because I've just been tormented 24/7.
Yeah, I understand. I have it all, and but you can't focus on that. You know, you gotta train your brain and that because they want you to focus on that. Right. Yeah. You know, I don't. See, I'm not out in California like that where they do have the gang stalking, you know. Before, I know with my V2K, they can, they can make sounds, like people calling out my name or, I pull up beside someone in the car and they have the window down, they call my name, they can have a horn. things.
Man, they did some advanced stuff. They'll make it seem like they're making phone calls to people. And since they know information, they can act like somebody you know. And like they'll say they're calling police and they're on the phone with the police and they're using, I believe they can use voice audio and that audio that can sound like you. I do believe that. And I think I've seen that in like the newspaper or the news or something too.
Sure.
Like
I forget
what. Can literally sound like you now.
Yeah, all they need is 3 seconds, and they can anybody's voice, and all your stuff is hacked like that. So they have all my family's voices, and then the computer will play games where they're calling them, and and you hear hello, like you're my son or someone, and Shiloh, and I think
it's so sad because they used to say, "No, this is your mom," and I'd be like, "I do tests." I'm like, "So is it?" And they're like, yes. But when they say yes, it sounds like five different people actually saying yes. They really want me to believe that. And I'm like, I'm not stupid.
Yeah.
So they stop using that. They stop acting like other people because they know I'm not going to believe that. I knew about this technology before I knew I was under it.
Exactly. They use stuff until it doesn't work, and then they try something else. Shiloh, if something, I don't know what you're talking about.
Be after. I think that's why they implemented voice to call. I don't know how they was able to do this. I don't know if it was a hospital. I don't trust hospitals, but I believe hospitals are with this stuff as well. I just don't know when they was able to do this to me.
Yeah, well,
sorry,
I would.
I was going to say, what was your question?
Mine?
Yeah.
No, were you talking about something when you said something about being fat or something? What was that? You made a comment.
I mean, yeah, they definitely they like to make you not feel good about yourself or whatever they think might hurt you. For sure, women, that's an easy one, calling them fat. Sure. But yeah, that was unfit. You're unfit. That's what it was. You're unfit. And then when they wrecked my car, they came at me head on when I was sitting alone. And once they wrecked my car, they made this sound of like a video game, wah wah, game over. And then they did the song of you can't always get what you want, honey.
Oh yeah, they do. I think a lot of us probably have like a gang stalking song. They also work through the media. I don't know if y'all get that, but the media be like gang stalking me. Like if you're watching something, they keep playing the same commercial and it's annoying or whatever. Or if it says something that you were saying, the media do be gang stalking. Like one time the news just played nothing but birds. I was like, this is supposed to be the news, and they literally was just playing bird sounds.
They definitely have the ability to take over the technology so that what I see is not what you see, for example, on TikTok. And then I also have an example on Twitter where I have a friend of mine that I chat with here and there, and he's a veteran, and I said something to him about vets, and then, but it didn't make, it made sense when you changed the word to vet with a B, B-E-T, it didn't make sense, and so he said, what do you mean about vets? And I said, so I go back and I look at him like, I don't know what you're talking about. I see vet. He sees vet. And so it's just a way to just mess with people so that we have a communication problem, or don't assume that what you're seeing is actually what the person sent or that it's actually what the other content is, because they have so many ways to just give you specifically content that's going to trigger you. Won't trigger Tori, but it's going to trigger me, or it'll trigger you. And so they know this because they've gotten a profile on you. They know what's going to trigger you, whether it's from remote neural or whatever it is. But yeah, they absolutely do it specifically to your triggers.
So what do y'all think the point is of triggering me?
I personally believe...
Is it literally just a discrediting campaign? But why use all this to discredit me? If they wanted me dead, of course they could have did it, but at the same time,
the discrediting is a standard, and they do it so that you are low and so that nobody believes in you and you don't believe in yourself. What they do with the paranoia is they hit your vagus nerve and they put your brain in fight, flight, or fawn. And so when your brain does not work, you cannot be in logical mode when you are in fight or flight. And so they want you in fight or flight 24 hours a day so that you don't make good decisions, so that you don't react. They want you to react, and they want you to react in a way that is not logical. It's like your old brain, like your body is literally in a different mode. You cannot think logically when you're in fight or flight. And so I was in fight, and it's exhausting, like your body's exhausted from it. And that's, to me, I believe that is what they do to whatever weapon it is. I don't know. That's how they get to you with the paranoia and the trigger.
They did. I was about to go to court, and I was 3 days to go into court, and I didn't have no incident in jail, whatever, right? But I'm trying to stay out of getting into trouble, whatever. I'm doing prayer call. I believe this dude, he had issues, but he could have been under voices call too. There's people that probably had their consent to do voices call. Like there's people out there using it against people. You know what I mean? So out of nowhere, he comes out and he yells, "Anybody can get it. Anybody can get it." And he looked at me. He was like, "You, man, you can get it." I was like, "Hold on." I said, "Brother, you got my book, God is Good. We do prayer call. What is wrong? You all right? You want to talk?" No, let's get it. I'm like, "Bro, I go to court in 3 days. I'm not falling for this. I'm staying out the way. I know they want me to get in a fight and all this other stuff so I can stay here longer. They want me to be in jail for life if they could. They don't want me out there in that world." And he was like, no. So I said, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus." And he said, "I'm going to whoop your ass in the name of Jesus." Something. Excuse my language. And then I flashed out. And I just remember getting ready to, like, fight with him or whatever like that. And, like, apparently the guards dumped on me. And they said I, swung them like the Hulk or whatever like that. And I remember I was screaming and yelling, "Y'all set this up. Y'all set this up." Because I go to court in a few days. I've been cool that whole time. I've been locked up for 2 years with no incident. You know what I mean? Like, why did he just come at me like that? So that's when I'm yelling, "Why did he just come at me like that?" Da-da-da-da. And then they maced me. They maced me and they put me in the hole, and I wasn't able to contact nobody for 27 days. But then they gave me another charge. They gave me battery on police officers.
Oh, that's not good.
Right. So it just makes me look like I'm just home invading and beating cops up and all types of stuff when I'm really like the victim in this situation.
Yeah. Sorry to hear that. They put me in jail twice, this thing, you know. Well, things I'm not guilty, you know, I figured out later, you know. Voice of Skull put me in jail one time, and then, both times, you know. I got a DUI, and I was totally sober.
Right.
But
one thing is when you're actually sober, then they say you're not in your right mind. That's what they kept telling my mom.
Yeah.
I'm in my right mind. So I was like, "What? I'm sober. What are you talking about?"
Yeah, but you got to be careful when you know that you're on this now with dealing with other people. Right. You know, you can't.
But I did pretty good because I literally walked away. I think it's just the part where he said Jesus and then he mentioned like beating me up and then like in the name of Jesus. That's what just upsetted me. But I shouldn't have fell for it.
Yeah. Try to just avoid any contact, you know, any conflict with anybody. You know.
Man, sometimes I know it might seem weird, but I don't know. Like the sun messes with me. that make sense?
Your what?
The sun?
The sun? I wouldn't know. They can mess with your eyes. I mean, I don't know. You know, they can influence you where you think.
Or maybe they're just, maybe they're just manipulating the clouds and like, this is some way how it shines. It's weird.
Or they can manipulate your mind to think that it might not even be that. You know.
Right.
They just.
I just know there's some things going on, and I do believe we are in like some.
They manipulate. Yeah, they manipulate you into things that are bugging you, or you know, it's all mind stuff.
So, like, when you hear me with frequencies, my two, like, my index finger and my middle finger are like, they're like clacking together, like you can tell it's a frequency. And like when they hit me with a very hard frequency, my fist literally clenches up, and my shoulders and everything goes up and down.
Yeah, they can move my arms. They can make my eyes blink. That if they hit me with like the scalar wave or something like that, they hit me in a joint and feel my knees coming out of the joint, you know, and you know, they can make my vocal cords move. I mean, when the song comes on the radio, my vocal cords start singing the song, no matter what language it's in. So if something, I listen to something Japanese, I'll start, you know, speaking Japanese. You know, the computer or whatever knows, you know, every song, every word to every song. So as soon as it hears it, you know, it'll start having my vocal cords sing the song, you know.
And that's another thing I do. I like write music and I do music. And, yeah, when I write certain stuff or say some stuff, they'll say, "Oh, I'm taking that." And some songs, like it can recite songs without me thinking of it. Like I'm not thinking of a song, and they'll like be saying the song. And so what I use to make sure it's not me, I say walking down the street. I'll be like walking down the street, and they'll continue to say whatever it wants to say. It like pushes forward, and I'm like in my head, I'm just saying walking down the street, but it's continually going on.
Yeah,
it's very high tech.
Yeah, once you said that, walking down the street, my V2K. Whatever, it starts singing a song about walking down the street as soon as you said that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. It's pretty...
I don't know. Sometimes it feels like they're young, or maybe not, or they're just made stupid, but at the same time, I think it's AI as well, like I said.
Oh, definitely. I'm definitely hooked up to AI. You know,
yeah.
Everything is all...
If they're using this technology, there is definitely an advanced AI that's probably able to do this, and they're just learning each day.
Yeah, it's sure. All your data is fed into that.
It just told me, Elliot, it's okay, don't worry about nothing. And I tell them I don't worry about nothing.
Yeah.
And they do want me to. They always want me to shut up and stop talking about stuff like this.
Really? Yeah, you got. I talk too much to my V2K.
Well, I appreciate y'all.
Yeah.
If there's any more information you want to help me with, I don't know how I can contact again. I just called this number and typed in the code.
Like Sadler said, there's other go to TI events if somehow you can get that and get numbers. And, you know, there's a call every night. You know, she can't.
Okay, so I'm looking because I'm trying to get in like a relationship, but like a female, she just has. I don't want to go through all that and put her through things. And she has to definitely be a target individual, most likely. But they had this. I listen to Coast to Coast, and because I got a radio, I listen to Coast to Coast, and they talk about conspiracy theories. And there's been a few times they talk about MK Ultra. There's a guy out there called I don't know his name, but the book is called like MK Ultra Slave, and they was talking some real stuff, but they got this thing called paranormal dating, which they have like people that believe in the same thing you believe in. I was thinking about doing that, but at the same time, being a target individual, we have to be very cautious, because there's psyops like everywhere, especially if you speak the truth. You know what's going on political. You know we've been lied to. All these presidents have just been lying to us. I don't know how Biden even became our president. It doesn't really make sense. And how Trump's leading the polls, but who knows what else they got stuck up their sleeve. They could spend all this money and stuff for all this war and promote all this war, but we still got people going through things in America.
Yeah, we're at the stage I'm in. I don't focus on that. You know, that's too far for me.
Right.
I'm just getting by. You know, because I get hit with a lot of weapons. I get hit with a lot of weapons. And
like this one girl, she had a blanket that stops frequency. It was like a silver like blanket. I wear an EMF hat, and that helps block frequencies. So
yeah, I hadn't found anything.
I recommend an EMF hat, but that helps a little bit.
Yeah, there's nothing I found that can really help. I mean, people that's doing to me.
What we need,
the
people that can help is the people that are in charge of like everything. Those people have to be held accountable. But another thing is, brother, just keep that faith. I'm going to continue to keep that faith, keep talking to God, and understand God sees us more, and he knows our heart, and he measures by our faith. And, you know what I'm saying, we go through it to get through it, and we can't have a victory without a battle. So...
Elliot, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Do you have your pen still? I found this lady. Yeah. I've been talking on the chat, and then I realized I need to give you the number because I found her. Now, I don't know if this is a good phone number, but if you still have your pen, this is the lady's name, and she's written 2 books that you can find on Amazon. Her name is Kathy with a C, Cathy, Meadows, Meadows.
Okay.
And she's an MA clinical psychologist.
Okay.
And her number, she does consultant and advocate services for targeted individuals, and her number is 707-720-7137.
All right. All right.
And I found some more information on her before, but that's at least enough to find her. But where this is information is civilrightsconsult.blogspot.com.
Okay.
Did you say her last name was Meadows?
I haven't been on the internet in over 2 years. So
okay, try that phone number. The way people are with phone numbers, I just can't guarantee that one. This is like this was a while ago. But try her. She's got 2 books at least.
You say Meadows?
I appreciate it.
Correct, Brian.
Cow?
Okay, thank you.
Oh, you said COWS?
I'm sorry, for which piece of it? civilrightsconsult.blogspot.com.
No, Kathy Meadows?
Yes, Kathy A. Meadows.
Okay. Appreciate it. Yeah, the only person I got close to that is Dr. Hoffer, and they said Dr. Hoffer can't talk on the phone with nobody. But when I go to the hospital trying to get an MRI, like, I just need them to refer me. I don't need them to send somebody else, and then they're using a weapon on me, because it ain't had to happen. I have one nurse, and then they switched my nurses, and then she got her hand in her pockets, and then I'm shaking more at the hospital. That's one thing that's crazier. I shake more at the hospitals. So I'll go to the hospital for my shaking, And then once I get there, I'm shaking more. Like they're pressing the weapons. Like I didn't went to this one hospital out here, and it was extremely weird. I was like the only patient, and they was doing some weird stuff. And I was like, I gotta get out of here. And I got up and like ran to the door, and I tried to open the door, and there was something blocking it. Like, why would you do that to a patient? First of all, what is that holding the door? Like, literally like a trash can full of bricks or something. And then they, like, put me to sleep, and I just remember waking up somewhere else. And I'm like, why is this person, every time he comes to my, near my cell, I'm getting hit with, like, this frequency. And then I'm like, when I listen to another frequency, it stops. When I listen to another frequency, it stops as well. So I'm surprised they let me on the phone this long. You know what my phone limit time is?
15 minutes.
Yeah, like 10 minutes. That's pretty dope. I appreciate the information. Y'all probably got a different time. But another thing is they always want me to be like homeless in this situation. They always want to mess with income. And, like, I don't know what I'm going to do when I get out.
Homeless in jail. I went to the mental hospital 7 times. You know, I had to go through a lot before I figured it out.
But all it did was strengthen you. We're nothing but strong. They can't nothing break us.
Yeah.
That's how I look at
it.
And another thing is, what if they're getting a lot of people going through this stuff just so they can expose it? Maybe they're putting people under this stuff so they can expose it. That's what my friend was saying. I was like, that's probably possible. But the thing is, certain people had died from this.
I think they got greedy and they started putting everybody on it for every reason possible because they were all getting money. The FBI was getting something called a golden check for putting us on these lists. They got greedy.
I believe
now they're going to fall because they got greedy.
Yeah, I believe they also bet on if you're going to react on a certain situation.
Oh, I think they get paid. The gang stalkers get paid when you react to their triggers and all of that stuff you were talking about with the the street theater and all that.
Yeah. Man, I get street theater so crazy. It could be 1,000, not 1,000, but it could be. There's like it look like traffic. And then the gang stalkers are riding around as well. And then the planes are going around and a lot of stuff is going around. But I'm in the street walking, wanting to get up. Especially I'm supposed to get upset because these people have been following me and gang stalking me. They want me to flash in front of everybody. But you just can't fall for it. Yeah. Well, hopefully I'll be able to talk to y'all soon again. Like I said, my social media, I don't remember which my Twitter was because they always like to mess with my Twitter, but usually on my Twitter I'm like live with it type deal. Like the last thing I said on my Twitter was probably like, I just went in this house, this happened, they've been using voices calls, stuff like that. But this stuff is the realest thing I've ever been through in my entire life. And like I said, don't look at it as doom and gloom because God has the last say so. And in order to defeat darkness, you're going to have to be the light. And he did say we'll be persecuted for his name's sake. He said you're going to be a peculiar people, and targeted individuals are peculiar people. And all we can do is become strong and pull that strength from God and continue representing that and just to never give up. Hello?
Yes, we're here. I just put mine on mute. We're here. But yeah, we're...
Yeah, I never been through nothing like this. It was kind of cool. Like, you call in and, like, how it worked like that. Like, that's pretty dope. I never did that. Like, I used to be on, what you call it? I forgot what the thing was called. Zoom. I used to do Zoom. It's kind of like Zoom.
Does somebody have a question? I heard somebody pipe up.
Yes, this is Lauren. I'm sorry, I just woke up. I done missed the whole thing. Would you consider doing like an emergency calling number for those people who are in dire need, you know, to talk to someone? I think that's what the Congress needs to do for us anyway, but I'm asking you on behalf of Congress if that was something you think you could set up for us, an emergency call-in.
I do believe that yes, definitely. I want to put that as a group in the Remote Workers Association. Absolutely. I just need we're at least 30 days out. I'm looking at like 6 weeks, probably more likely for it beta to be out. But yeah, I definitely want to put that together with all of us TIs, because there's a lot of us at different stages of the program, and there are a lot of people that are suffering, or if it just goes back into, ramps up to 10 again, sometimes people are in distress and they need to talk to someone. I just can't be available at every single second, but I definitely want to put together a group where we can all sort of, do duties or figure out when you can speak to someone. But it's definitely necessary, because I've had people write to me and asking me, is there any TIs and can I talk to them on the phone? And I just don't know at this point a list of everyone who's safe, and not everybody's safe, and I don't want to. I would like to get a group together where we know that people are going to be kind. Right. It doesn't help to hurt people when they're desperate.
Right.
Yeah, I agree, Lauren. I think that's a good idea.
You gotta be careful for there's other also targeted individuals that are not targeted individuals. That could be the opposition. So that's another thing it could be watchful for. I'm already an introvert. I don't really be around people all like that. But they probably use that as an advantage, because they do want us isolated and they don't want us to talk to nobody. So, yeah, that would be pretty good to be able to talk, because I was able to vent and not looked at like I'm crazy, you know what I mean? I can actually speak something real and not look like what I'm saying is not real.
No, it's isolation is real. The thing is that, I don't know, I mean, for myself, I figured this out all on my own. For whatever reason, I never connected to the community until I was in a much better place. And so I was homeless just recently, so I can't say 100% everything's been better. But I can tell you that when you are going through it heavy like that, it doesn't stay ramped up at 10 forever. It does lay off, and I know other people say it comes back. It has for me, but it's not at level 10 always. So just hang in there.
Like certain days is worse. Like I could tell, like on the weekends for some reason it's worse.
Also, Shiloh, if you I don't know. Again, I missed the whole show. I started off with you, but I fell asleep. If you thought about what I had mentioned, I think last week or week before last when you were on, about trying to get all the conference leaders on one call.
There was somebody popped on early, the chief, and so he had talked about that in a way that we just make sure that we have calls sort of like so we're not competing against each other, and I certainly don't want to compete against a super popular call or important calls. So, but yeah, there is something in the works where we're trying to coordinate a little bit so that we're not in competition with each other, because again, we're here to help each other, not to compete over the phone calls. We want to just and also to make sure that there is a phone call every day and that people can log in and the community is available in some sort of way. So I do think that's in the works already. It's not necessarily being headed by me, but I agree with you, and the seeds have been planted for sure.
Okay, thank you.
And then I don't know if Tori is still on here. If they were able to get the state, there was going to be a group of people for each state that could sort of help out with TIs. I don't know if that was finished or where that's at, but that's also another where you can get help closer to you physically. Somebody in Louisiana, maybe.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool. Like I said, I'm just been locked up for the past few years. I haven't been outside of a gate unless I've been transported. So, and I don't know, like while I was locked up in the Bossier Max, I had all this paperwork. I had a lot of information, learning new things about what I'm going through from the radio or different cases, a lot of stuff, but I had to bring that with me. And I just pray that I still have that paperwork and they mess with it. Well, I'm going to get off here and lay down. My voice is kind of going down. I'm kind of not feeling well, but
we'll be praying for you. And if there's any,
I'm going to pray. I'm going to get on my knees and pray tonight for y'all. And I appreciate y'all. Love y'all. And pray strong. Stay strong.
You too. Hang in there. It gets better.
Thank you, guys.
I have one more question, Shiloh. You said you were going to tell us about how to find out which leaders from our district voted for the 702.
Yes, I did. I did address that. I think it was before you got on here. And so I posted it in the chat, but I think you call in. So I'm going to have to put it on my website. After you wrote me in, I was going to send it to you, but that's what we focused the phone call on today. So I will send you those. I can just, you know what, I'll just return the email and send you just give me until tomorrow, but I'll send you the PDFs of the roll call for the senators and for the House. And what I pulled was not for the defense bill, but for the people that voted to put it into the defense bill is the roll calls that I'm sending, because I think it's a better reflection of who is for or against renewing Section 702 without reform than who voted for the defense bill, because the defense bill, most people just vote for it no matter what's in it, because it's one of those that they get you scared, and then it's just not cool to not fund the military. And so, but I will send you that, because I do think when I looked at it, I think it's a pretty good reflection of who is serious and who's not serious about reforming 702.
So I saw a show with Roseanne Barr in interviewing Marjorie Taylor Greene, and they were talking about the 702 and the extension for April and stuff. And she said that one thing that they can do is do a lot of damage between now and April. That if they were to file a warrant or for someone, that it goes for a whole year.
Oh, the warrant covers anything for a year?
Yep.
They are desperate to cling on to their favorite piece here. I think this is the line in the sand. People who are not serious about this, there's no way that you can't see the problems with this, with that. First of all, the whole entire 1978 bill is, now that they're using it not just on foreign people, but 702, it's their way in.
Yep. And that's what she was saying too. She wasn't downing the new Speaker of the House, but she said that, he shouldn't have. You could tell that he hasn't. He wasn't meant for that position. He can't take the pressure. The Speaker has a huge amount of pressure on him, and she was kind of explaining, everybody coming after him. They just continuously on top of him, and he's caving, and she was like, oh, because she was very upset about the 702, and it's on Roseanne's podcast on YouTube.
I'll have to check that out. I've done a complete change my mind on her. I was not a fan of her for a long time, and I've changed my mind. It's as simple as that. I don't agree with her on a lot of stuff, but I do on a lot, so I've changed my mind.
A little spitfire. I love her.
Yeah, she's not afraid to stand up to anyone, and that is respectable.
Yes, very much so. And Roseanne and she were talking about that they would get up there and change it all. That's why I wrote down. They said that they need more women up there like us, like as outspoken as she and Roseanne, and hopefully they'll have some strong men that listen to them. It was cute. It was cute.
Thank you. I just really love Roseanne.
I do too. She knows she knows the whole plan too. That's what I like about her.
Yeah, she's definitely. I don't think there's any doubt about her being a targeted person too. I mean, they took her down for the longest time, and I'm really glad to see her making a comeback like this. She deserves it.
She was
after what happened to her.
On the Bill Maher show. Now, I didn't watch the whole segment, but I watched a little clip of it where she said something about him being on MK Ultra, and he said, "Who's that?" And she said, "The mind control," and then she said something about V2K or something, and he was like, "Well, who's that?" And she goes, "Google it."
That interview, I only caught a few snips of it, was hilarious. I loved that interview. They are really funny together. I mean, two comedians, but they are really, really, it was cute. If anybody can pull that up, I loved it.
I just saw those two clips, and I was like, oh, I got to find that video. I got to find that whole interview.
Yeah, I would love to. I'm going to try to go back to some of my media stuff. I did a big outreach to many, many, many independent journalists, and I'm about to do it again here shortly to try to see if we can get some bites on this now that it's kind of coming out again. Who's going to be the journalist that's going to actually speak it out loud? Because for right now, I still am thinking it's the Twitter guys because of the Twitter files, Taibbi and Schellenberger, because they are already on it. They're already finding that, the military contractors are performing psyops and also using counterterrorism against us. They'll find it. That's my guess is Schellenberger and Taibbi. But some of these journalists need to, and I've heard actually Greenwald knows all about it, that he did an article way back in the day talking about this target, but not specific targeted individuals. It was in a different way. But again, it's coming out. I hope she speaks it though, because I don't know if she's ever said she's a targeted individual, but we know she has.
Yeah, she has, and Kathy O'Brien's one of her closest friends, and she's the one that's the MK Ultra survivor.
Oh, yes, for sure. I was, you know what? I popped onto DJ Chris's. Of course, I listened to that whole thing, and I wanted to watch the interview. That reminds me, I'm going to write it down because I have a list of things I want to watch, and that's one of them.
Yeah, I mean, she has a very close tie to her. If we could find, I mean, Roseanne Barr would be a perfect face for targeted individuals.
Yeah, I think so too. And then Taylor Greene, she also made a comment on her Twitter about them getting into her smart TV. And so she definitely, I mean, she went through the J6, so I'm sure that they have her on their list as well.
Well, not only that, they had the Homeland Security or Capitol Police or something that was going after a guy that was leaving messages, literally left messages threatening to kill her. And I heard the calls. It was really implicit, and she, it was very scary. And they had to she had to up all her own security and everything because she's been receiving so many death threats.
I just saw her. I just thought, and I don't know who it was, but she was on an interview. She's been swatted 7 times. 7 times. They don't know who it is. Unacceptable.
Yeah.
But then again, I mean, my theory is on that is that they're the ones doing it.
Well, they don't want her to speak the truth.
Exactly. Exactly.
Hey, listen, she talks just as bad against her own party than as well as she does the Democrats.
Oh, she's definitely an outsider, and that has made me respect her all the more.
I know. I love her. Because she's standing up for truth. She doesn't care who it is.
Yeah, and she's saying the things that, you know, people don't understand about Congress because it's complicated and there's a lot of stuff, but there's a lot of stuff that can be fixed that would just make this whole thing, you know, not be where we're at. And so she does explain some of the things that go on behind with, you know, that it's not
closed doors.
Yeah, there's a lot of little deals and things that people aren't aware of that goes on. And then another one that I have been cracking up about. I love his new gig. Santos, is that his name? Oh my God. He's on. What's that? Is it George Santos?
Santos.
He is hilarious. Actually, I love this new gig for him. I mean, I'm not sure. I kind of feel like I was one of those that felt like he got a raw end of the deal. I don't think that he was innocent in what he did with the campaign finance stuff. I'm positive he wasn't. But he's hilarious. And if you've seen some of his TikTok interviews about the way he talks about, I just love it for him now.
I'm not real familiar with him, I don't think, but I love Kennedy. He cracks me up.
Santos is the one that just got ousted by the House of Representatives, and he is from New York. And he took on he did some GoFundMes that weren't real. Like he just did a lot of stuff that was not acceptable. And then he took another campaign contribution from somebody's mom's credit card. It's a complicated thing. It's George Santos, and he is yes. And just find his latest interviews since he's been ousted in Congress. He's hilarious.
I have to watch that. But when I watch John Kennedy, he cracks me up. I watch him go.
I'm familiar with him. Did you say he's from Louisiana?
Oh yeah, he is hilarious. I mean, he is just the funniest guy ever. He talks to him like, you know, he's smart in a real hillbilly kind of way, you know, and he outsmarts them every time. It's hilarious. He's got plenty of interviews on YouTube, or where he's on the congressional hearings. Hilarious.
Okay, I'm pulling him up now. I'm probably recognize him a little bit when I see his face.
He's an older man. Oh my gosh, he is so funny.
Okay, there he was. I'm gonna have to check him out.
He is so funny. He uses he comes after them and they don't know what to do. They're just like, he stumps them too. They're just sitting there going, I don't know what to say.
Good. We need some, you know, keep the good ones, get rid of the bad ones.
I know. Drain the swamp.
Exactly. Well, then mentioning, Taylor Greene again, she was talking about that. Because, she tries to impeach everybody. She's like, but when you talk to the general public, they want everyone impeached. She's like, people get fired. They should get fired. And actually, she's not incorrect.
Well, and she says, they're if they work for us, the American people, if we want them out, get the hell and get out. If you're actually proven to have committed treason, get out.
Yeah. And a lot of them, I mean, they just all do, like, that's what George Santos was saying, was like, he kind of went out shooting and like everybody's crooked. Well, they're not, and they don't all violate campaign contributions, but they all do something that's hidden.
Oh, I bet they do. Most of them. I bet 80% anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I do believe that not everyone is like committing major crimes, like the Gold Bar senator or whatever, Menendez. I mean, but then they're so ridiculous with the things that they do. It's the stuff like Nancy Pelosi. She drives me nuts with her insider trading.
Oh, it was funny how they were making fun of Nancy Pelosi, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Roseanne. She was like, she's doing a reality show with her daughter, going, yes, and this is the insurrection in January 6th, and we're gonna go after them, and everybody's phone is like blank; they're not even running. It's like all these actors that she had put in her office that day. It was hilarious how they were imitating her.
Oh, she's something else. And then, just working in Congress, the way that they stage things and stuff, which is always my, like, when they purposely put things in the background, like Obama came to our district one time and went to the oil and gas fields. And so then I watched it, and there's like, they put him right between two oil gas, like the whole thing was so contrived for the oil and gas people there. Like, it's just everything's staged.
It's all theater.
It totally is. And then like the campaign stuff where you see everybody on a little tiny stage with all their little signs, it looks like they're surrounded with like 5 million people. No, I would say there's less than 50 people on that stage. They're all, in this tiny little area, so it looks like you're really packed and all these people are in there, and it's 50 people. So they just do a lot of smoke and mirrors with that, which of course, I mean, I get it. It's not like you don't want to be on video looking terrible, or you want to be on video with a bad background. It's more than that. It's the theater that you're talking about. And committee is a theater. I know everyone, they really get work done in committee. They do work in committee, but most of them don't change their minds from committee. Their minds are already made up previous to committee. And then they get in there. Some of them don't even they don't act like that unless they're in front of a camera. Otherwise, they have a totally different personality unless the camera's on. Jim Jordan's one of those. He's got a different blowhard personality when that camera's on. And he does. I really don't like him, but he loves the cameras. Anyone else have any ideas politically that might get our voices heard a little bit better, or suggestions?
I had you on mute and I was talking away. I was.
I've totally done that before.
One of the things that she said, I had a little more hope before this interview, actually, because, she was kind of given the not so nice stuff that would actually help us. She was telling, she was basically saying that the Republican Party is a complete mess right now. I mean, like completely a mess. And they're fighting all the time and everything. You need to watch the video. It was kind of disappointing because it's not that I'm a Republican by any stretch of the imagination, but when any party when there's division in any party, I mean, that's not a good sign.
No, it's not. And then also from just a perspective of just the way the parties are and the issues that they used to have and the platforms that they used to have, they've really changed.
They have.
You can't be like right left anymore, because the issues are like, I was adamant against all of the COVID stuff. I was thrown into the right-wing bucket. I'm a right-wing conspiracy theory. Oh my gosh, all sorts of stuff. And turns out who was correct about the COVID stuff, and me and the rest of the voices saying the same thing. And so, the Democrats really, that was my last straw was COVID, to where I was like, I can't even deal with you guys.
I know.
Because they were so wanting to, suppress everyone's voices.
And it's so weird because my sisters, they were staunch Democrat, but not even Democrat. They were communists, I'm telling you. And she's the head of the Department of Florida State Agriculture and Education. Okay. And she would constantly just ride me about getting a vaccine. When 20 years before that, she's preaching to me about giving my kids vaccines and how it's giving them autism and just be natural and blah, 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 blah. And then as soon as COVID came out and the vaccine came out, she couldn't run fast enough to a vaccine that hadn't even been tested. I'm like, what? You've been telling me for years not to even get my kids vaccinated.
Well, they were so quick to throw everyone under the bus that as an anti-vaxxer into this whole thing. I'm like, me and my kids have all been vaccinated. Those things have been tested. They're, I believe in the science of vaccinations. They help. I know that they harm too in certain ways, of course, but
they do.
The COVID vaccine to me instantaneously gave me a bad feeling, and I just didn't. And then I researched the science, and I was like, why are they pushing flu and cold vaccines into they're historically known for they don't respond to vaccines because they morph too quickly. And so I'm like, why would they not go with a cure versus a vaccine? Why would they put all this money? Because it was already that we know.
Right.
And so I have a teenage daughter. I have 2 adult kids and a teenage daughter in the home. And she was just like, let me just take it. Because everything wanted to be back to normal. And I said, absolutely not. I said, someday you will thank me for this.
That's what I'm
right now. No, absolutely not. And one of my oldest daughter works in an older folks home or whatever they call them now. So she was mandated to get it, and my son wouldn't do it. So, it's up to them at that point when they're an adult. And my daughter had to for her job, and she made that choice herself. But no, I'm not letting my kid get it, and I'm not now. I'm no mRNA there. And actually today, I saw Matthew posted that he would like to see their FDA, Moderna and Pfizer FDA licenses revoked because they fraudulently put all this together. To get this through. And then I saw another thing, which is not confirmed yet, whether it's true or not, that it is confirmed that they were saying it was confirmed that the proof from this FDA licensing that they're doing right now is saying that this actually was a provable depopulation incident.
Well, Fauci himself went to Africa in 2008 and tested the vaccine himself, and 80% of the people that had it, had kidney failure. Now, with those numbers being 80%, and then that the vaccine is going to cause kidney failure, when you put somebody on a ventilator that goes in the hospital and they have kidney failure, they're going to drown to death. Of course their lungs are going to fail. And they know that. They have that evidence.
Well, the fact that the Australian stuff, too, and I had heard this, I'm sure this is going to be all of them, that, number one, they made rules that they didn't follow, but then the Australia thing, or is it New Zealand, where they were saying that they actually gave different vaccines to the leaders.
I heard that, too.
That's just sick. And that one is the whistleblower where she got arrested, like where she was live streaming or something. That whole thing. When they arrest you like that quickly, you have the correct information. That is not. They don't do that. If you're just out there spreading a conspiracy theory that isn't true, they would never come down on you like that.
Well, I was in disease prevention for 20 years prior to all this. So when I heard about it being over in China, it was in February. It was around Mardi Gras in New Orleans, and we went to New Orleans every year, and They were like, let's go to Mardi Gras. I'm like, oh, heck, I ain't going there. Do you see what's in China? I said, it's going to be here real soon. I am not going. Because everybody from around the world comes to Mardi Gras. Well, they begged me and begged me and begged me. I said, okay, I'll go as long as I'm not going in anywhere, and I'm going to be in a place where not a whole lot of travelers are going to be. And I did. I stuck to that, and they thought, and everywhere, it was like every 5 minutes, they're like, oh, you're just being paranoid, blah, blah, blah. You know, all the people that went with us. And, but 2 weeks later, what happened? It was everywhere in New Orleans from the people. It had spread like crazy because of the Mardi Gras.
Go ahead.
I just knew that vaccine, when they started coming out with it, I was like, there's no way that they know, because this is such a new thing. They don't even know what it is. It's spreading in China, and weeks later they got some kind of vaccine. No.
And that it never sat right with me. And then they kept trying to do this like, oh, they're not going to force the vaccine. They're not going to do the whole vaccine thing. And then a friend of mine sent me this, this group chat that was like, the Bar of New York, like the Bar Association of New York, was putting out how they were going to do this legally and what attorneys should do, and they were doing this through the bar. So like, let me hold your license over your head. And so, another friend was like, that's a conspiracy theory. That's not. And I said, that is the Bar Association of New York. That is one of the most, yes, that is not a conspiracy theory site. That's the Bar Association of New York. I mean, it was they went to all of these great lengths to try to pretend. She's like, they're going to force this vaccine. No, they're not. No, they went insane. It was like anyone who was pro-vaccine went insane on everyone else who was like, whoa, let's wait, let's think, like, why, or, and then my thing was natural immunity. If you get polio, you don't need the polio vaccine. So if I got COVID, why do I need to get the COVID vaccine? It doesn't make any sense to me. That never made sense to me.
And then they were forcing people who had already had COVID proven to get a vaccine. They were forcing them to. That didn't make any sense. And I was like, I told my sister the last time we actually talked was the July before I found out that I had been targeted. And she came in with her mask on. And it was way after the mask mandates were over. And she came in and said, well, I have my mask on because I have people that are compromised, so y'all have to have. And I'm like, oh, but I had already told her. I said, if you can guarantee that I won't get COVID, if I get the shot, I'll get it. And she couldn't say anything. And then I was trying to show her the stuff that I had been recording in the air on the chemtrails all over the place. And she was just like, Sherry, I'm not going to live my life in fear. And I was like, aren't you the same person that just walked in the door with a mask on your face? Of course. Yeah, she got so pissed off at me. I guess that's when she decided that it was time to kill me. I don't know.
Well, none of it made sense to me. And because I'm like a logical thinker and I remembered the science, so my question was always like, okay, and I know that this is like, it's a joke, but I mean it. Like, okay, so like if you can smell a fart through a mask, I know that's funny, but this is the truth. So those little tiny smell particles, which are bigger than a virus, if that can get through the mask and I can smell that, then why would you think that a virus won't be able to pass through a little shitty paper mask? And then when people did the sizes of the virus versus the mask, and it's like a chain link fence in a mosquito. Like it's not stopping anything. And if it's not a good fart guard, I don't want to wear it.
So I never thought of it as a fart guard, but that's funny because my thing was, what does the doctor tell you to keep from getting sick? Wash your hands, right? That's your hands are is what gets you sick. Keep them out of your eyes, your nose, your ears, and the mouth, right? And because that's how it enters your body. Well, when you think about it, you got a mask on, you're constantly putting your hands all over that mask. So you're gonna get sick even with a mask on.
And then people are just gross. I was considered, I worked in cannabis at the time, but I was considered I was important enough. The weed man was important enough here in California that I had to go to work as a financial controller for a cannabis company. And so I, at the time, was taking public transportation, so I took an Uber, and this was like right at the time when Los Angeles was completely shut down. So I was chatting with my Uber driver, and she told me, she said, I just saw this. She said, this is why I can't handle this mask thing. So he had the mask on his face. He took the mask off of his face and used it like a cloth to open the door, and then put it back on his face.
So people don't know about cross-contamination, obviously.
Yeah, I just, it's so gross. But for me, also, I have asthma, so I couldn't breathe. I mean, I would get all weird and lightheaded, and like I couldn't breathe. And then they, no, you can breathe. I'm like, no, I'm telling you that I do not feel right after an hour in this mask. I cannot sit in my office alone in, toxic gear. Why? Nobody's in here. I work, in an office by myself most of the time. But yeah, they were having us wear these masks sitting in an office all day. Like, give me a break.
It was like the mask police.
Yes, they were, and they were crazy. Like it was. I don't know. I definitely don't want to relive COVID again. And then California was so bad. Obviously, I mean, I don't live in San Francisco, so I didn't get a taste of that bullshit. But LA shut everything down, and then they required you couldn't go in anywhere. They almost made it so you couldn't go into the grocery store without the vax. And I was like, oh no, then I'm not. Then you bring my groceries outside. And you go shop for me and you bring them outside because I'm not getting that vaccine.
See, with the evidence that they have that it was all, it was all Fauci. I mean, he's the one that created the whole freaking mess. Well, he should be in jail for one, maybe even electrocuted for that matter, or, put him in a room of COVID and, douse him with it. I don't know, because I feel like it was all a conspiracy theory to control us, to shut us up. That's why they put a mask on us so we wouldn't talk to others. And it's just, and I think it was a test to see if we would comply.
I think it was a compliance test too, for sure, especially at this point. At the time, it was, you want to do the right thing for other people. You don't want to be this person that is just so selfish that they can't, but none of it made sense. And I don't comply if it doesn't make sense. I just don't but I mean, I had to here in California with the mask, but, I just, as far as the rest of the stuff, no. And it's all of it was a violation of our civil rights, especially the lockdowns. That to me was really where the lockdowns and then the vaccine mandates, and then they shut everything down here to where you couldn't even get a job unless you were vaccinated. No. And then actually I had a job, my financial controller job, and the CEO told me that I had to tell my employees to get the vaccine. And I said, nope. And she was furious. And she's like screeching at me about this. She was majored in biology and this whole thing and just in the science. And she just went insane on me because I told her I was not going to force my employees to do it. And I wasn't going to take it. And so
people now feel at least a little bit bad that they bitch people out so much and just went off on people that didn't want to do that. The people I know that died actually got vaccinated. So I don't know.
I think the evidence is coming out that the reason why, and I feel the same way too, that everybody I know who got vaccinated, especially multiple times, gets COVID more than anybody I know and gets more sick, long COVID. Then I got COVID 500 times, and then I'm, come on. And then where did the flu go? Secondary pneumonia has been going on with the flu. I've never had a flu test in my entire life. I mean, I know they have them, but I've never had one. I have asthma, so, secondary pneumonia is not something that I've had it before. And, it starts out with a cold. It does the 10-day thing. You feel like you're getting better, and then the next day, boom, you have pneumonia. It's insane, or a respiratory infection, or whatever it is. It's like this secondary pneumonia. Well, that used to be, they'd blame that on the flu. Well, why did the flu disappear and COVID replaced it? And then you're saying that the flu, well, how did the flu disappear? Because it was never the flu. It's just all of these cold and flu viruses that do this. It doesn't have to be COVID to get secondary pneumonia. And so,
I think they should find these doctors that got kickbacks on saying it was COVID and it wasn't. And they basically murdered these people, I believe, truly. And I mean, this was the biggest conspiracy theory murder plot of all time.
Yeah, and all of it was, I just knew it right away. It just never, I just always had a gut feeling that it was the lab leak, and that it was like all of it. And then people were I lost friends. I lost childhood friends. I have family members that I don't speak to. I'm like you with your sister. I have a cousin I don't speak to. With the last conversation, we were screaming at each other. I called her a fucking Nazi because she was, man, I'm sorry, excuse anyone who cares about cussing. But anyway,
I'm there with you.
I haven't talked to her since.
Yeah, I tried to talk to mine when I realized that there were people in my home trying to kill me, and I was on the run for my life, and called her and said, hey, there's people trying to kill me that my guy set up, and I got nothing. She sat on the phone for 10 minutes saying nothing. It was the spookiest crap you have ever, I've been living a complete nightmare, biblical wacko story.
Did she get mad at you when you told her story?
No, she never even mentioned. I called her and said, look, I'm using somebody's phone. I'm on the run for my life. I just found out that these people were my home trying to kill me. And I was hoping she'd say who, what, where, how. Nothing. Zero. I could tell she was at a store. And because I could hear the register going off and then the rustling and stuff. And I said, Donna, are you going to listen to me? And she's like, never said anything. And I said, I've got to get off this man's phone. I'm using somebody's phone because they had stolen my phones. And she goes, she said, well, I guess I'll call you back later. And that's it. That's all she said.
Because my best friend from childhood, I hadn't told her what was going on. And then when I did, because I thought of anybody who would believe me, it would be her, just because she doesn't, trust the government, and she's very smart, and she, gets evidence.
And she knows who you are?
What's that?
And she knows you, and she knows who you are?
Yes. Oh, yeah. We've been friends since we were childhood friends. She just didn't understand or know. I had told her a little bit, many years before, that, I was being stalked and harassed by, for politics and stuff. And then I thought it kind of went away for a while, and I didn't realize that this was a forever thing until it came back with a vengeance, and way worse. And so then when I was completely isolated and alone and just had figured out what was going on, when you finally put it together and alone, most of us were alone. I had no community. I just did a bunch of research and figured it out. And I called her and I explained to her what was going on. And she sort of started, which again, they sometimes hit other people with that, whatever that emotional frequency thing is. And so then she kind of went off on this story about this crazy man. This reminds me of this crazy guy at this gas station that I was, this whole thing, and just kind of calling me crazy.
So she immediately exposed who she was, right?
Well, no, it goes further, because actually we're fine now. It's it goes further. So she kind of went off, she was listening to me, and then she was kind of I was crazy, and I said, they're gonna hit you with something right now, and I said, and so then because she got mad, she got really mad at me. And I said, why are you mad? And I said, I'm just telling you my story. Why are you mad? And she stopped for a second, and then she said, I'm mad because you triggered me. And she just went off on me. And I hung up on her, and she called back and was very apologetic and was like, I don't know what came over me, and I'm sorry. And I believe you, and I know, I know that this is true. Because it's you, and I know this. And also she did a little bit of research. Right now there's a lot of information about it. It's not a conspiracy theory. And so, but they have the ability to do that in the sense that they don't have to have remote neural monitoring. They just hit you with that, whatever the mood is, the one that gives you the colors and stuff, the mood one that just waves of anger. And that hasn't happened to me in a while, but that one, whatever that one was. But she's on my side now. She's done a bunch of research. I sent her a bunch of stuff. But at that time, I just left her and said, you do your own research, and then you come back to me, and we'll talk about this. And then she did. And it's not, she absolutely knows. It infuriates her as well. So, but just
I just I wish that was my story, because my story goes so much deeper that, I mean, I couldn't put it all together, because, for months I was like, how in the hell is this happening to me? How, when, where, how, who, all that was going through my mind, like, this is not even happening. I mean, this is not even possible. And I'm 52 years old, and then find out I was basically born into it. I'm 90% sure, if not that, at least when I was 18 months old. And it's truly shocking, and it's a revelation you never want to have to deal with, I can tell you that. But when I went to a congressman's office, because I wasn't getting any help from the local police departments or the FBI or anyone, and that because I didn't know I was a targeted individual. If I would have known any of the stuff I know now with you guys and the targeted individual stuff, I would have never went to the police. And so I went to the congressman, because like I said, I'm got to go somewhere, and went to her. And the third visit with her, she said, I'm trying to do everything I can. My hands are tied. I don't know what else to do. And she goes, but I'll try to do what I can. And as I gave her some more evidence or whatever, and she looks at me and she pauses and she goes, but don't say anything to your family. And I went, what are you talking about? Because I had already suspected this because of the way they were already exposing themselves to me. And she said, don't say anything to your family, because your family is the one that's calling behind your back and saying you're nutso, basically. And I'm like, excuse me? And I said, well, thank you so much for confirming what I had already expected or suspected. And it just, and then, then now I put that piece in it, and then it all fits and it all goes and it all makes sense. You know what I'm saying? So it just all you start rewinding the tape in your head, and it just all starts making sense.
It does. I'm estranged from the majority of my family too. I never got into it that much with them. The light stuff that I talked to them about was enough that that they can't be trusted. Plus, they black sheeped me. Part of this program is that's what they do. They want you isolated. So basically, everybody turned against me.
That's what they see. All I have left is my half brothers and sisters. My real brother.
I have a half brother as well. But I only have half brothers left, but my brother was targeted from J6, didn't do anything, just was there, and so him and I, my dad was married before my mom, and so I didn't grow up with my older brothers and sister, so we became closer as an adult, and so he just came out here with my sister-in-law, and we compared stories, and we definitely, I'm glad that I have someone in the family, because he's literally the only one, but him and my sister-in-law. But yeah, he's targeted as well, but it stems from the J6. They're just ruthless with that. People have the right to show up there. I'm not sure I agree with the people that, not the ones taking selfies. I'm talking about the ones that really did damage and all of that stuff. That's not acceptable to me. But
all I had left is my half brothers or have one half brother and 4 half sisters. My parents were both married before they married each other and had me and my brother. And one of my sisters from my mom's side of the family, the baby, she accidentally killed a police officer or supposedly accidentally anyway, that was directing traffic at college. And right after that, they put her in the top secret program with Lockheed that she had for over 40 years.
The defense contractors, of course.
And I would ask her growing up. The last time I asked her, I was probably 16 years old, and I asked her what she did and what do you do for Lockheed? And she literally said, if I told you, I'd have to kill you.
That's what I was told by somebody. And they didn't work for Lockheed, but it was the identical exact same thing. And made it a joke, but maybe that's the truth. Maybe they got a sign.
It's kind of weird. When I was 16 years old, I got put in a market. I got placed, set up with a marketing company that I thought was a marketing company, and ended up being the mafia. Yeah.
Yeah, you never know.
But the first week I went to work for him, I saw my brother-in-law, her husband, at the same place, and I thought that was very strange. And it just all makes sense. And everything falls together now. It just, because of the way they treated me when my mom passed away, and they didn't want me to get any of the inheritance money, and, blah, blah, blah.
I have heard of people targeted because of inheritance money specifically too.
Oh, well, that was primary the reason, and the other reason was they could do it. I mean, what's a better target than someone that you actually know? You know their house, you know everything about them. You could bring them into the program from birth on.
And that's interesting to me. How do you determine that was a childhood thing? Because people talk about covert and overt. Well, mine turned overt with like the switch of a light. I was threatened by someone that I was going to be their guinea pig, and so it seems like it falls in line with that. But my tinnitus and like some of the issues that I had that also tie into this was previous to this.
Well, so every boyfriend, I thought about this. Every boyfriend that I ever had some kind of contact, or his parents was either in the military, Air Force. I'll go back to just when I was 22 and I met my fiance that I had for 5 years. His dad was a commercial pilot for Delta. Then I immediately met the man that I made as my husband for 15 years. His dad was the guy who ran the photography department at NASA in Houston. And then it just keeps going on and on. And it all has to do with, it's mafia or aeronautics, or, people in the Air Force, have something to do with, the Air Force or whatever, airlines. Yeah, it's like, wow. I mean, that's not even a coincidence.
And I grew up in an Air Force town, so that's why I always wonder, just because and I have a memory of being very little and of feeling like I was being spied on in the bathroom. And so that's why I was interested to know, how do you know when it was when you were a kid? Just because
are you a victim of sexual molestation?
Not from like my parents or any family members. I had a babysitter that was inappropriate, but it's not as serious as some people's stories.
I did too. I had a girl babysitter that molested me and my brother when I was like 3 or 4, I remember. And then a friend of my father, who my dad was helping out, he started trying to, I can't really remember details, but I do remember he was sexual around me and to me. And then so yeah, there's always been some kind of sexual thing, you know what I'm saying? When I was younger. So
I understand that. I just wondered if it was like the government program, because I was born in 74, and then 78 the FISA came out, and when I was in, I guess I don't remember this, of course, but when I was in the 70s, my dad had some issues with the IRS, and so I just never knew if maybe I ended up like and this is funny that this person comes up right now, but back in the day when Adam Walsh was kidnapped and killed, the FBI came around to all the kids, and I was maybe in kindergarten or first grade, and they did this fingerprinting thing where they gave you this card, and the FBI would, so that in case your kids disappeared, you would have a record of them with their hair and all this stuff. And my dad would not let me do it. And he was like, oh, no, we're not giving your fingerprints to the FBI. Like, and so, like, my dad was like, absolutely not. And so, but I remember every bit of that, them coming to the school and the whole, like, the little cards and the whole little thing. And so, again, some of these memories, you're like, well, maybe I was targeted from my dad from those issues, or then the John Walsh stuff with, if anybody's watched Megan Walsh on Twitter, oh my goodness, I had no idea.
I was born in 71, and I remember when I was 18 months old, I was left at a babysitter's home with her 9-year-old and 5-year-old daughter. I don't remember, I should say. But no, I was told I was left with these 9-year-old and a 5-year-old child while the babysitter went to ceramics class, and I fell on this floor furnace, and the neighbor came and picked me off of it because she got sick of hearing me screaming, and I had to have 9 plastic surgeries on my hand. I almost lost my hand, a couple of my fingers.
Oh.
And then, like, when I was like 3, probably about 3 or 4, I remember my sister, the same one that worked for Lockheed, she had left me and my brother in her car while I remember her walking back up to her apartment, and I looked in the back seat and I saw my brother going, we had went off an embankment, literally down an embankment with a brand new 442 car, and we hit a tree that really saved us, because if we hadn't hit the tree, we would have went into like 5 lanes of traffic in Atlanta. And it goes on. And I don't remember my mother ever letting her keep us ever again. I never remember her keeping us ever again after that.
Yeah, mine was like a husband of the babysitter.
Oh.
So, yeah, it was, but it wasn't a bunch of times, and it wasn't extremely serious as far as that can go. So but I don't know. That's.
But yeah, I mean, it's just so closely connected to the air. You know, for some reason, the Air Force. You know, the mafia, way connected. My last boyfriend of 7 years, who I know since high school, we were connected on Facebook, and I was going through a lawsuit with a multi-million-dollar company of it was a class action, but then it was a sexual harassment, discrimination, retaliation lawsuit that I settled out of court with, to come out and find that this man was highly connected to the head guy of NASA.
And why does NASA keep playing into this? And lately there's been the space program thing has popped up a lot, the secret space program stuff.
Well, wow. That's the truth, and I have legal documentation to prove it. That they tried to. He actually tried to kill me by hitting my head on a bridge, literally right before this. I was going through some emails of when we first started dating. It was literally like a month and a half after we started. Like a month and about a month and a half. And he sent me an email, and I just found it, and I just read it last night, and I was like, well, that's kind of obvious. I don't know why I didn't see that. I don't know if you ever really paid attention to the words of Love in the First Degree from Alabama. Yeah. Pay attention to that one. I was like, oh, well, I should have paid a little more attention to that song that he sent me. And so he was placed in my life from the very beginning to keep me from suing this company.
Oh, like a honey trap.
He was a big honey pot, and he didn't only try to kill me once; he tried to kill me several times.
I got honey trapped too. I hadn't dated. I actually haven't really dated in 13 years since my daughter was born.
I'll never date again.
Yeah, I thought about, you know what? They're not going to win. They're not going to control my life anymore. I mean, I'm not that interested in it. I'm an older woman. I'm not, but I'm not against it. But I had one that just sort of like now that at the time I had even suspected that he was a spy, and like all of it makes sense now. He 100% I got honey potted. Or honey trapped. And so I just now I can see the signs, but it was like a setup, and then he showed up at the place again the second time, because I said, no, I don't want to meet anyone. I literally said, like somebody tried to introduce me. I said, no, I don't want to meet anyone. And then a second time I go to the same place and he's there, and then it's like, and then all of it he used to talk about, they're not going to let me do this, and he stole my passport one time, and just stuff like that that's like, There's a lot more details to it, but definitely when you look back, like you're talking about, and just think about the memories, and you're like, oh, it's so clear now. It'll never happen to me again.
And do you feel like a complete dumbass? Because I feel like a complete dumbass.
Yes, because I hadn't even dated in 7 or 8 years, and then here I get honey trapped, and I don't even date. How did you do that? And so they'll never, I figured it out. I did some of the little, therapy and what's my problem, and went through my Why am I attracted to narcissists? And I figured it out. I've healed my stuff. So
get this, even though I feel like he was set up in my life, I truly believe that he fell in love with me. I really do. And he couldn't live with himself. He was drinking all the time, especially at the end, because I think that he couldn't live with himself, kind of thing. And they set him up big time, and now they're torturing him. He reached out to me on one of the calls and told me he's being tortured and he was sorry, and it was just crazy wild. He was rolling over. And but yeah, I don't think I'll ever have to. These people are so sophisticated that, I mean, I would have to meet this guy on like some other planet.
You know what? I kind of feel like there's been a couple situations with me where they've purposely kept people in connections that I had with certain people, and so at the time I knew that I was I had figured out the game. And so I had this interaction with a guy on TikTok, just this like comedian on TikTok. And then so he put out, like, I responded to him, and then he made a video that was like in response to what I had said. And so there was a little bit of interaction between him and I. And they took him down. They shut down his Instagram. They shut down his TikTok. They took him down. And so it was because of his interaction with me. Later on, I figured it out. So then they pulled him in. And so then there was a couple of messages that he sent. I got you. Like, now I'm not, like, that's what I'm saying. If there is a connection that's outside of there, they're gonna destroy it for you. They're gonna keep you away from any possible dating. And I'm not even saying that was where that was leading or anything at all, but any little flirtation or any little thing that they think that they can, and then they had him doing stuff, like, with the digital stalking stuff. And so I do think that if they took him down, they took everything that he has, and he said this, he's like, they're all I have. And that's not all he has for money, but that was his main thing. And so, yeah, they took him down, they added him to the program, and now he's getting it. I don't know. People need
I think where I screwed up was, all these people were like, what's your evidence? I was like, he left. I knew something was up. And I was like, he left on a bicycle. I think he left everything with me. I'm reading his freaking evidence. He was cocky enough and chauvinistic enough to think he was too good for me to figure it out, I guess. And since I didn't figure it out for that long, I mean, he had a reason to probably believe I wouldn't figure it out. But then when I started digging through his stuff, which he never thought I would do, he never thought I would just start going through all these things. Because I wasn't that kind of girl. I wasn't the kind of person that would dig through your stuff and be snoopy. But if I had been, I wouldn't have went through 7 years of craziness. I would have been able to find out exactly what was going on. But I wasn't, like I said, that type of person. If I didn't trust you, then I didn't need to be with you. That's how I figured it. Well, if I would have went through his things like probably a normal girl, I would have figured it out much, much earlier. But when he left, I was digging through it just to find out what the hell's going on. And so I started uncovering like lots of stuff that he wrote, and I guess because that's all he had to work on, he worked on this thing more than he did the business that he was supposed to be working on that could have made millions of dollars. It was just about to, but I guess he couldn't, he said actually that he had a written oath that he had taken. So I think he was an informant for the FBI because of what he went through with the mafia like 15 years prior to me running into me. But anyhow, but he had so much evidence that he left with me to help me figure this out. And when I started disclosing that here I've got the evidence right here. I mean, these people were like, really? You had to leave her the evidence because you had to be cocky, huh?
Of course, but then,
So that's why he got arrested for public drunk in October, and I haven't seen him since last January the 2nd. He walked out the door. He gave me till after the 1st, and left me with people that were going to murder me. But anyway, but I saw the picture, his mugshot, and he looked like he had aged 10 years and 10 months. He looked horrible. Like he was like living under a bridge horrible.
And see, I've heard that with people that they just like, some of the different directed energy weapons really do so. I don't look older or it hasn't done anything to me like that. It did ruin my teeth though.
Mine too. I've just started having problems with my teeth.
My two front teeth are, this is my second veneers, and then I have an implant on the front because I guess I have a Hulk strength. I was just trying to take my fingernail and get like a little piece of orange out of my two front teeth. And the pressure of me doing that knocked out, like it like broke out of the bone of my skull.
It shouldn't have done that though.
No, it's not. There's no way that pressure. That's why I was like, what am I, the Incredible Hulk here? I can just knock out my tooth with my Incredible Hulk finger.
I had just went to the dentist right before all this happened, probably like 4 months, and where I was going to have to go back, but it wasn't because I didn't have the money. It was because I didn't have the time. Even though it was going to cost a pretty good bit to have it filled in, but they had went in and removed the decay between the teeth, and it was like between my eye tooth and the other tooth towards my front teeth, and I just, when I went on the run for my life, there was no way I could go anywhere else. They stripped me of everything. And anyhow, I went to go buy something to open it, you know what I'm saying, like a piece of wrapper or something, and my daggum tooth broke. And now I never had any problems until literally now. My teeth feel like they're just as weak as can be.
Yeah, I definitely have some back teeth that I need to see the dentist. It's not been that long for me, but yeah, and I take care of my teeth. I go to the dentist. I don't, I know some people, it's hard, it's expensive, I get it, but I still do. I gotta chew, I gotta eat.
Well, Anna said don't go anywhere until you really, really have to. I think that one of my dentist was in on it, because when I went to my dentist a couple of times, he was like hitting on me, and I was like, why is my dentist hitting on me? And like talking about taking me to play golf with him and stuff. I was like, this is really weird. And now it makes all kinds of sense, because I think that they did something, because now that I've found out that that's how they work, is they put these little chips in your teeth or whatever. I think something is in one of my back molars that I had work on, because when I stuck up the little megaphone thing, it went started going off. Oh, I know I'm chipped. I mean, I've got one when I put it over my arm that I think I thought had something there, and my bottom of my foot.
See, my only thing that I would think that they would be able to do would be the implant, because after I did that and I got the implant, that was when things started. It went up to 10 again for 2.5, 3 years. I mean, things were really bad. Like, I mean, to where when people are talking about, which I don't get some of these things now. Like, I had the stuff with the brain zaps. I don't get those anymore. I had them for like maybe a year. I had the one where it like makes you see colors. Like, I got so angry one time just for no particular reason, and I was seeing red. And I'm like, what is this? And then this is when I was starting to figure out that these things were caused by that. The brain zaps for sure. But again, I've had some of these things. It's like they did those on me, and then they just abandoned them, or they just did something else. Other things worked better on me. I don't know, but I've had a plethora of things happen. Just not all of them are all the time. I get the headache.
Let me ask you this. 2 times I had this happen. I was like watching TV, and my eyes went in a kaleidoscope, where literally it was a kaleidoscope effect. And 2 times this happened to me. It hadn't happened to me in a couple of years, but
like an acid trip.
Yeah, well, no, I've done that, and it wasn't that. I guess an acid trip that you would see somebody else doing, like if they were, if we were watching somebody else have an acid trip on
like
TV.
You would, in a kaleidoscope, like in a kid's little toy.
Yeah, like you look through those little tubes with a kaleidoscope, exactly like that.
Mm.
And it did that for about maybe 20 seconds both times, and it scared the hell out of me, to be honest with you. I thought I was like, did you need to go to the hospital?
That would freak me out too.
And I wasn't doing any drugs, so I was like, what was that?
Can you hear me? They put one of those over our house when I was a little girl in the sky. And my mother was like, okay, look,
girls come outside, and we saw it, right? And then she goes, go next door and tell the neighbor to come outside. And she came outside and she saw it too. Military shit.
Well, I was seeing something that I thought was more like UFO shit.
Mm.
But I was talking about like my eyes doing just I was watching TV and the kaleidoscope thing happened with my vision.
Okay.
And I was like, what is this? And it was like a computer type generated type thing. And that's why it scared me, you know.
Well, you said aliens or whatever, but I mean,
yeah, it is.
There was a lot of stuff going on in the skies in the 70s.
Oh yeah.
In California.
Well, one time we looked up, and this was like the first time I'd ever seen anything like it. We were coming back from, we were like a block from my house, and we looked right above the trees, and it was a triangle shaped, huge ship, and it was like a football field long and about 3 football fields wide, and it was very big, and it had a light on each corner of it. It was, like I said, a triangle. And you couldn't hear anything, and my guy stopped the truck, and I jumped out to videotape it, and I got a little bit of it, but I was scared. I'd seen, Close Encounters, so I started running back to the truck. I was like, oh hell no. But that was probably the only one that I actually saw. The other ones have been like up in the air, like looking like stars kind of thing.
I like that orb story you tell.
Which one?
That orb one, the one that you say that about that the thing that they found, that family found in the field or something.
Oh no, that wasn't an orb. Oh no. But this is, I promise you guys, if I'm lying, I'm dying. God is my witness. This happened. I was getting out of the car. He dropped me off because I thought what I was experiencing on my outside video cameras were some kind of like demonic thing. It probably was, but then it turned out to be more of a UFO type of issue. And he was like, get out of the car, I don't want to hear this. Go into that store right there, and I'll be back. I'm going up here to the post office. So I get out and I tell the priest that called me from Texas. I called the priest from Texas because I wanted him to come do an exorcism over my home or something. You think I'm kidding? And the guy was like, no, I can't deal with UFOs. And I thought so. So goodbye. So he hung up, and I tried to go in the store. Well, I couldn't get in the store because they were already closed. So I thought, well, I'll just keep walking. And I was in this little town, with the little awnings and stuff, the little ones that you see in the little old movies. And I'm walking, and I'm about to go across I'm just looking in the windows thinking, damn, I wish I would have got here earlier. So I was about to walk across the street, and I looked up to the lights to see if it was okay for me to cross the street. And when I did, I saw these two metal, literally solid metal silver balls floating in the air right above my head in front of me, but as low as the light, as low as the red light. And I was like, what the hell is that? And I stepped back into underneath a cloth awning, thinking that's going to save me. And I thought to myself, nobody's going to believe this. And I pulled out my phone and to try to see if I could get it. And when I did, I like stuck my arm out. I didn't even walk towards it or anything. I was just hoping I was going to get it. And I was so scared that this man was in the parking lot, and he was actually parked in a parking space. And I looked over to see if I did everything I could not to go and run and jump in that man's car. Yeah, that's how scared I was. And anyway, I didn't. And then finally, my guy came back, and I jumped in the car. I was telling him about it, and he wasn't even paying me any attention, hardly. I get back home, and I Google it. And sure enough, you know what I Googled? I mean, because I had no idea what I was looking for. I Googled alien space ball, silver alien space ball. Literally. And you know what? It popped up. It popped up on a newspaper article in the 70s. And it was the same ball, and it was called the Betts. Y'all can look it up. It's BETZ, Betts Family Sphere, mystery sphere is what they called it. And these people found it in the woods and took it home with them and thought, this is a cool little ball. And it's a little bit smaller than a volleyball. And they took it home with them and they thought this will be a great conversational piece. We'll just put it on our coffee table and it'll be cool. It'll be a cool little piece. Well, one day the guy starts playing a guitar and it starts like hovering on his coffee table, bouncing with the music. Yeah, you can research it. And sure enough, he sent it to went to the some kind of I think it was like the Air Force or Navy or something, so that he could bring it to them to see if they knew what it was, and they couldn't tell him what it was. Well, eventually they put a thing out there that said that if there's any scientist in the world, not even in the country, in the world that could tell them that what this thing was, that they would get $50,000.
Oh, wow.
And no one ever got it. In fact, one of the scientists says we could try to drill a hole in it to see what we think it might be, but their assumption was that it would probably go off like an atomic bomb.
I bet it would.
Yeah, I was just sitting there going, what? Wow, I know two of them were floating above my head.
Oh.
And that was very, very strange. That was something I'll never, ever, ever forget. But yeah, well, at least I could find out at least I'd found something that looked like it, so I could point to what was above my head. The weird thing is I didn't think I got anything on my video cameras, my video of it, and when I went back and did a little, do you know how you like go backwards like millisecond frame by frame?
Right.
Well, I got them flying off, and it was faster than anything I think that we could have ever imagined. And I don't know that for sure. Maybe.
Have you lost the videos, or do you still have them?
I haven't seen that one in a while. No, I still have a lot of my videos. Most of my videos, but I haven't looked for that one in a while. I could probably go back and try to find it.
That would be cool to look at.
But I haven't, like I said, I haven't really looked for that one in a while. I have the weirdest things that were on video. There was this one that had this big creature-looking flying thing that came when this girl was she was walking through my storage area, and I was like, what is she doing going through my storage area? And this weird-looking creature-looking flying thing comes flying through and goes and like disappears into the side of my building. It was very odd. Just strange paranormal stuff. Weird paranormal. But, they could make anything happen,
Yeah.
Because they have the technology to do it now, I'm assuming. But when I wanted to show my sisters this stuff, my half-sisters, I was like, you're not going to believe this crap I'm getting on. And one of my half-sisters were like, oh, yeah, well, I believe that what you're getting is real. And I'm looking at it. But these things are good. These things are here to help us. I'm like, really? What are they here to help us with? As I'm not real sure what are they here to help me cook dinner? I don't, I'm thinking that they're putting freaking radiation down on me. So if that's the case, then, they need to quit putting radiation on me. But it's very strange. It's a lot of witchcraft that's involved in this thing too, guys. Don't look highly with deep, dark web stuff. And they're paying these guys with
Bitcoin.
Bitcoin and gift cards. Yep. Yep. It's a big. I noticed it's a big Bitcoin thing.
Mm-hmm.
They're heavily pushing this Bitcoin, and they're ripping people off on it. I wonder why. Because it's untraceable?
Yes.
Yeah, they don't have there's no securities laws on it right now. That's why they crashed the whole market. The Federal Reserve crashed the whole crypto market right now. But some of these guys are getting paid too by companies like Infraguard. It's a security contractor. There's that. And then, but for me, I've had the homeless people stuff thing that happened to me in Los Angeles. Obviously I don't have a name that, I know it's not super uncommon, but I'm not Jane. I'm not a Jennifer. And so I was moving actually, of course, this is right when I was first homeless and they were really stalking me. And I had to go get some paper plates or something at the dollar store in a part of Los Angeles that I had never been in before. Like, it is not my regular stomping grounds. Like, I'm not an East Sider or, this is just in, so I went into the dollar store and I had a little U-Haul parked out back and I had my daughter stay in the U-Haul with our pets. And I went inside to go get whatever it was, and the parking lot was empty, and except for there was a couple homeless tents and a couple people in there. One guy was asleep, and then the other guy was, had his whole little setup with a grill and all this stuff. And there was a homeless guy, very clearly was the king of that little homeless area. And then two guys that were not homeless, and one guy didn't look homeless at all. He had on like a long coat, just like very normal looking. And they weren't speaking. They just stood there, the three of them. And I walked across the parking lot, and as I got closer to them, they go, Shiloh. And then they, and they all laughed.
Oh,
and at this time, I was onto their game, and so I didn't react. I acted like I didn't hear them, but it was obvious. I just walked right past them, and they knew my name. Are you serious? And so people are like, oh, it sounds like Shiloh. No. This was 100%. It was alone. It wasn't like a million people, where downtown LA or anything like that. This was in a parking lot with three people that knew my name and laughed at me. And so I stopped reacting, though. That was when once you get them figured out, and then some of their stupid antics are just so stupid, you have to laugh at them. But at first, it's very jarring. Like, it's very scary, especially when they, I've had them attempt to come at me before with a car, and then they wrecked my car. So other than that part of it, just your basic.
I did that at my dad's house.
Yeah, obviously when they're trying to kill you, you can't not pay attention. But for the rest of them, I'm not giving them a dime. I'm not reacting to their stuff. I'm not going to jump when they yell my name when I walk past. I'm not giving them anything. They better starve off of my targeted ticket.
Yeah, I notice when I go places, and if I try not to say I'm going anywhere, I'll just kind of like leave and not say anything, to my cousin or anything, because when I do, there's always somebody there. And the last time I went to the grocery store, I literally went in and come out, and this guy looked like, he was just passing my car like he was walking past. So I was waiting on him to go past so I could leave, and he, instead of keep going, he turned around and he got his face in my window, and he's like, "What's up, kiddo?" And he was rustling around with his jacket, and my feeling was, and I don't know this for sure, but it sure felt like that he was rustling around for a gun. I mean, I felt like he was going to shoot me. And this was like 4 or 5 days ago. And I was like, okay, well, I'm obviously in trouble.
Didn't you have time enough to pull away, or did he come right when you got in your car?
I was just so shocked that when I looked up, because I was waiting on him to pass, and I don't know if I looked over to the right, and then I looked at, and then he was just right there in my face, in my window. Yeah. And it just scared the crap out of me. I was like, oh my God. Because if I would have seen him, I probably would have like poked him in the eyes or something. I don't know. But you don't know what you're going to do, what your reaction's going to be. But whatever it is, I need to start working on it before I go anywhere anymore.
Yeah. And you got the right idea about not making plans, or kind of like going to a different store than you usually go to. Like, say you go to Piggly Wiggly over here all the time. Go to a different one. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
Or just mix up your plans so they don't know exactly where you're going and stuff.
But the homeless is what I was thinking. That I always notice that there's like people like near the railroad tracks, near the stores, and they always got the backpacks on, and they're always and they're all on their phones. Mm-hmm. And you're like, you got a phone and you're homeless, and it's like they're in covert,
Right.
It's very strange. I mean, you wonder if these are the people that they targeted before, made them homeless, and then they went to them and said, "Hey, you want to do this for us since now you're homeless?" I don't know. You think they wouldn't target the homeless since everybody that they target, they make homeless.
What do they get out of it?
I think people are sick or they're forced. Like people get, put into it because you have interaction, like the guy with me where they took him down because they thought he was flirting with me or something. I have no idea. But then they recruit him because they won't give you back your information. They just basically like take over all your stuff and force you to join. And I've heard other TIs talking about how people, not all their gang stalkers are happy about having to do this. They don't like it. And then I had a content creator tell me that I hate it here, is what she said. I hate it here. So I don't think I think some of the gang stalkers know what they're doing, but they also know what they do to us, and they're not able to handle that, which I can understand. This is not an easy, we're playing this game on hard. We're not on playing it on easy. And so it's very much a deterrent when they see what they do to us, that if they don't do this, that's going to happen to them. And the same thing with the FBI whistleblowers. They instantaneously come after you and come after your family. Boom. You call the targeted or the line for whistleblowers. Boom. They'll destroy you. And so I believe they do that you don't join their game because they're going to target you eventually.
Right. I wanted to bring up a subject that you ladies touched on earlier. I wanted to chime in, but I didn't have a chance to because I was doing things. You were talking about honey pots and honey traps. And I've been in this program for like 30 years, and I've never had a significant relationship that was I've never had a significant relationship
that lasts
and stuff, and I always figured
it was
nobody wants to be with me, so
that's why they do that to you. They do that to you.
I'm telling you, I'm not bad looking, and I said, when I figured out about this program and when I figured out about the gang stalking and everything, I told my whoever's managing me or whoever's doing it, I said, nobody's ever wanted to be with me in over 30 years. So if any hot guy comes up to me and approaches me, I know it's going to be a trap. I've told these people. So last summer, I was out jumping around from like hotel to hotel because I was looking for a place to live. So I was jumping around from state to state, and I knew I was being followed and tracked, because I'm targeted. And at the pool one day, this guy approached me at the pool, and he kind of wanted to start talking to me, and I was courteous to him, but and then immediately I remembered that my promise to myself that I would never bite at anybody at any honey pot that came my way, because nobody's ever wanted me in all this time, and anybody that ever approaches me is going to be nothing but trouble. So that's where I'm at right now when it comes to that. Meeting anybody new, like meeting any new people, or meeting anybody for romantic, any type of romance. I'm totally against it for myself, because I know it's going to be a setup.
See, I feel similar to you with that, but you know what? I changed my mind about this, that they don't get to control any organic thing going on anymore in my life. And so I'm not going to let them do that to me anymore. Not that I'm out looking for it or that I'm even interested in anyone, or I would, but don't cut yourself totally off of organic stuff, because now that the community's here and, we have people to understand what we're going through, don't completely cut yourself off, because then they won, basically. They've won. They've left you isolated, and they're denying you your human right of love.
But you know what the thing is? I can't imagine, now that I know everything about neural remote monitoring, I can't imagine being intimate with another person and somebody watching, like I'm on, knowing that, like, it's like you're an exhibitionist now. What if me and
Give them a good show.
I meet somebody, I meet somebody that I find interesting in, right? And then, we do the wild thing. It's not me and that person, it's not me and my partner. It's me and my partner and all these other people that are watching. And to me, that's hard to take.
I've heard that from other people, too.
So let me ask you this: I don't know what it would be, but would there be any type of technology that would make you fall in love with someone, or make you think that you're in love with someone? I should say.
Like, you have the hots for someone?
Yeah. Is there any? What would that be? I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
Oh, I think there's a love potion that they have that they use.
Well, I know there's like love spells, but I'm talking about like the technology in itself. Is there any kind of? I know there's like the V2K and the hypnotic or whatever, but if there is, that it's been done on me twice.
Yeah.
And I've heard this about like physical response to that type of stimuli, like sexual stimuli. I have not heard of anybody talking about love, though, like actual in love or love. It's always physical stimuli or physical torture of genitals and things like that.
Well, I think when I was under a love spell.
Like where you fell in love with them and you don't really know why.
But yeah, exactly. And I'd be like, why did I fall in love with him again? Mm-hmm. I have no reason why would I? Well, I don't understand it. Yeah, and I would question myself big time, going, is he a witch? I mean, did he put me under a spell?
But those honey traps are good. They know what you like, so they set you up with somebody that you will like, and then they're good at first.
They put this guy at the pool, and because last summer I was out at the pool every day, getting suntan and stuff, and they put this guy out there in a real honey trap, and I mean hot as hell, and I just knew what it was once he started conversation with me, because nobody talks to me like that, and nobody's really cool, nice to me, and he was just kind of nice to me, and I'm like, gosh, this is weird, because it just did not happen. And I knew it was going to go further than that, because other things happened. That night, they kept me up all night. So the morning, I got up and I went and got a cup of coffee. And when I came back up on the elevator, that guy came out of his room and towards the elevator, and I heard what he was talking about when I was up in my hotel room. I could hear what he was saying, and then it was just like he knew too much about me, and it's really creepy. I knew it was all a setup, and he was set there for me.
Well, since you guys have been in this program for longer than I have, I mean, is there like specifics that is there like specific people, the common, I don't know, common personalities or common, because I think there's a lot of like different, like there's straight people, there's bisexual people, I'm trying to figure out what the common denominator is in this thing.
From every shape, size, color, category that there is throughout the United States is all included in this program. That's why I say when they're saying, "Oh, it's the Democrats that are doing it," and that it really bugs me.
Well, I don't know. I've never heard of that.
Or if it's the Republicans that are doing it, or blah blah blah, or it's the Mexicans, or it's the whites, or it's the whatever,
or the Japanese, or whatever,
or the Japanese, the Chinese, or whatever. It bugs the hell out of me because I know it happens through every I've been through here for a long time, and it's through every administration. So it can't just be this or that.
No,
it
what
can't
I'm
be the
saying,
whites or the blacks.
This thing's been going on for years now.
Yeah.
It's definitely the uniparty. It's not. Yeah. It's not one or the other.
I think it's called the technocrats. I read this book, and it's about like the Third Industrial Revolution, and I believe it has to do with the technocrats. The like everybody talks about the powers that be, quote, powers that be. Those are called the technocrats. The men and women in charge of the technology that we're going to be using.
Are you related? Because when like Shiloh and I were talking, we were talking about you were kind of connected somehow to the aviation industry. Are you by any chance connected to any type of thing like that?
No.
Any military? Any?
Well, I was in the Air Force, and my specialty was.
You were in that. Well, that makes okay. So yeah, you are connected.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's that then.
Yeah.
Maybe if we could take a toll. I'm sure that there's got to be at least a 90% some common denominator here.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe having it all, and if we could come up with a common denominator, that makes a great claim,
Yes.
To me, the earlier MK Ultra stuff is what is confusing on if there is more. I mean, obviously there's more than one program, but for me, all evidence points to me being politically retaliated against in 2016 for anybody who knows my story. But there are other people who were targeted. Like I know they targeted people, not necessarily targeted, but they were looking for psychics for one point. MK Ultra, it's sort of like, I don't know if everyone's on the same program or if they were targeted for the same reasons. I mean, mine was retaliation. I think a lot of the post 9/11 stuff, that's why it's exponentially grown from 100,000 people to 2 million, because they got greedy. But I don't know about the MK Ultra and all that. I assumed that people who were targeted when they were kids, they were either a psychic, they were in that Monarch program, or there was some with MK Ultra. Does anybody know from the evidence and the church committee how they chose MK Ultra? Does Kathy O'Brien know why she was chosen with that?
Well, there's actually a movie that I watched on that Conspire TV. It was it was on Amazon, I believe, and it's called MK Ultra. It's about how they started it. The CIA, some CIA agent was going around like brothels, prostitution houses, and these people that were like on drugs and whatever, not a lot of family, that kind of thing, and people in the mental hospital. He eventually went to the mental hospitals, but he started in like brothels, and he started giving people like major drugs to control them, control them under drug hypnosis. Like
they were trying to look for a truth LSD. Serum. I believe they were trying to look for a truth serum.
Well, actually, from what I was looking at on this movie, it was more of a to control them, to be their type of like soldiers, like to go die, for them kind of thing.
Yeah, there were different. There were different aspects. They wanted it as a truth serum, and then you're right. They were trying to make real Manchurian candidates.
Yes.
Exactly what you're exactly right. And you're right that there were different aspects to this, and there was the Monarch program where the children are brought up from childhood to adults to serve in the program.
That's weird that you brought that up, because Bobby, because like I said, I haven't, from how long ago that I've been in this thing. If of course, if I was born into it, which that's my hypnosis now, is I think that's what it is. But Bobby, she was talking. She thinks that I was MK Ultra, and that that would make more sense since I'm not getting like the B2K. And you were talking about like going into she just said something that made me think that that's probably the first, because that was the first step, was the MK Ultra. And what was the point I was thinking that I was going to tell her? She was saying that they would chip you, and the point of that point I was making is, maybe that's the maybe if we did some type of like, what do you call it, like a
survey?
Questionnaire,
like
questionnaire survey,
Mm-hmm.
and put these points on there, and maybe we could come up with something that really, because like I said, I would have just thought, if I hadn't been able to go backwards in this whole thing, I would have just thought it just started and stopped with the guy that I was just with. You know what I mean? But it started going like it's a rabbit hole that never ended.
Did you ever think that you were the only person that this was happening to?
No. Well, I definitely got a story, that's for sure. But, well, like I said, I'm new to finding all this out. That's the kind of shock that I'm in. But, I'm sure that there's that, because I'm guessing because of how they put her in, and I guarantee that there's people that they had other people making them put other people into it, because from what I can tell, they recruit people from prison now to do things like the fraudsters. They pick con artists and people that are very good at conning people out of money and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's very odd, though. Oh, Shiloh. This is what I was going to say. So, you think you were retaliated? Did you do something to someone, or is it that you think that they knew that you were going to be the type of person, no matter what party you were in, you were going to tell the truth, and you were going to do the right thing?
Yeah, I had some insider information. I know I worked for the U.S. House of Representatives. That was my main job, but I also worked in politics, and so they're separate. And so I had already quit the House of Representatives by the time I got targeted. But what had happened was, I had been in, regular politics and like a county delegate for many years. And, I'd been involved in the campaign aspect of it for a long time, and the party aspect of it. And so I had already started to get a little bit disgruntled with the party even before I had quit, but they're separate. Like they can't even ask you to work. If you work at the U.S. House of Representatives, they can't ask you to campaign. I was just involved anyway. Most people are, but I just had some inside information. Like my friends and colleagues were, leaders at the Democratic Party, and then my friends were like the head of the Democratic Party, and then the state that I lived in, the head of the Democratic Party at that time is now the Secretary of the Interior. And I just had been involved in politics, and I also was a national delegate for Bernie. Is basically where this started. Everybody knows who was a Democrat, or everybody knows at this point that it got ugly, really ugly. And I just had a bunch of insider information about what they were doing. I knew exactly what they were doing. I knew it wasn't legal or it wasn't ethical. It's not illegal, it's unethical. And I knew what they had done to Bernie. And then there's just so many things, and I was so furious with them. And then they kept me off like the Central Committee by a half a vote. and like stuff like that. They did not want me as part of the Democratic Party did not want me to be helping to make rules and all the rest of the stuff.
Well,
they kept me off the national delegate. The party kicked me off of national delegate, even though I made it and was voted in. Then they waited until the national convention, and then I didn't shut my mouth by the national convention, that's really when it started. And so then I also was asked by the Gary Johnson campaign, the presidential Gary Johnson, if you remember him, the Libertarian candidate in 2016, who was also the former mayor of New Mexico. I'm sorry, who was the former governor of New Mexico. And they asked me to apply for a job as his campaign manager for the presidential campaign manager. So I said, okay, I'll do it. And I went against 2 other people because, you don't put in a resume. You get asked to submit your resume. And I didn't get the job. A state senator got the job. And so the person who told me about it was like, you are going to piss off the Democrats. Like, if you do this, this will piss them off so bad, and it will piss them off for years. Like, don't think this is going to go away next election. This will piss them off for years. I said, I'll do it. I was so furious with them, I didn't care. But that was enough for them to, they all started stalking me. Like, when people talk about gang stalkers, they don't know. I get them now, but this was all people that I knew. And they hacked me immediately, sent me a message saying that I was their guinea pig now, and threatened me with somebody named Sharon Sputz, who is a data specialist at Columbia University, who also worked for British Aeronautical. They're all connected. I did a bunch of research to figure this all out. But they, there's no way it can't be from that, just because they threatened it. But then when you talk to other people, they talk about being covert and overt, and like, oh, it was so covert forever, and then it went over. Like, mine turned on like a light switch. I pissed them off, I warned, and it turned on. So anyway, I know that's a lengthy explanation, but that really is what happened with me. So I just, unless I was targeted beforehand, and then they tried to make it look like the Democrats, there's no way. It was physical. I have physical evidence of their stalking and hacking. So, but again, I don't know. This program is confusing in the sense that sometimes people are targeted for a lot longer than they know.
Do you think by any chance that you were, if you were targeted before you went to work for Congress?
It's possible. It's possible.
Well, the reason I say that is because do you think someone, if there would be a way, because I know that I was set up to go to work for this company, but I wouldn't have been able to see it unless I would have been able to go back to it, if that makes any sense. But I was set up to work for a company. Do you think there was a chance that you could have been set up to go to work for Congress?
I actually feel like that I was so lucky and weird, and I actually believe that was God. I should have never gotten that job. I was a nobody. I didn't know anybody. I put in a resume and I got the job. How does that happen? You don't get those jobs that way. I do believe it was God, because I do think that this was at this point, and with everything that I know, and I know I'm not religious, and I'm really harsh on religion, but I'm a faithful person, and that doesn't have anything to do with my relationship with God. And so I think it was God, actually, because if they had their way, I'd have never gotten that job.
They wanted to destroy you. I think they may have wanted to destroy you. I think they already knew who you were.
You think I was targeted before?
Yeah, you were. I'm pretty sure you were. Because I don't think you're going to get a job at that level just with no real resume, with no history of knowing any political people, and, with any people that were voted in, those.
Yeah, I'm sure you know who Max Cleveland is, right?
No,
I do not, but let me Google him.
Senator Max Cleveland.
Oh, okay. Yes.
And then he became like Obama's right-hand man.
Oh yeah, he's a Democrat, Army vet. Okay, yes.
I worked for one of his very close friends, and I went to his inauguration, and I mean, they were really tight, and that was the same company that I went to work for that was like mafia related.
When do you guys think this thing is going to be over?
I hope soon. I just feel like it's soon. Like I really do, not just to get anybody's hopes up. There's just so many things coming out about this program.
What's scary is the 702. It's the 702 that's scaring the heck out of me, because if they make it where it's legal for them to do this crap, then we're screwed.
Well, I guess there are different
What's
levels
the
of 702, and that's what they call the data sets, right? One is the no-fly list, and I guess that's one where people are like a hard cast iron target, where you're not absolutely not allowed to fly. And then there's another one where you're allowed to fly, but you have to go through rigorous checks. And then there's another one where I think I'm on, where I kind of just go right through.
I think that there's 4 levels, and then there's level 3 and 4 that they don't know. That's where everybody's sitting right now, because they know everybody's not a terrorist. And so that's sort of what's going on right now, that information, to try to see who's in 3 and 4, because I don't have any problem flying either, but I do get a lot of randoms of the random searches, and then I'm thinking that this is like 99% of the time I get the little, they got to take me aside and do the check to see if I've got a gun in my crotch or something. I don't know. They always do the like I got something in my crotch. And it's most of the time. And I actually didn't connect that until I read that report, the Senate report that came out from Department of Homeland Security.
Yeah.
That what I just thought was just like, oh, I don't know. Like I never really connected that. But there's a lot of other people that get those, like, and they don't hassle you. You're not on the no-fly list. But they'll hassle you a little bit. They'll, give you the crotch rub every time you go through the little puffer machine or whatever. And so, yeah, but it doesn't stop you. What's that?
Have you ever seen your scan, Shiloh? For your scan from the airport where you go through the scanner?
I have seen it from like not my own, but like I know what it looks like from the backside of like what they see. If that's what you mean.
Yeah. One time I went through Las Vegas. I was coming back home to Phoenix, and I found mine from the backside, and the TSA gentleman asked me. I had a square highlighted on my right side of my neck, and a square highlighted on my right hip, right above my butt, and he goes, "Do you have anything in your right back pocket?" And I said, "No," and all I had on was a pair of jeans, and there were two lit up squares highlighted.
Do you think that might be where your implants are?
Yeah, because I've been in this shit for like 30 years. I've been in this shit.
Yeah, I don't know. There's another woman that has got a lot of evidence and a lot of information about the W band, the body band, and about how and I haven't had a chance to talk to her about this because I wanted to ask. She said they did it when she was like at an Airbnb or something. So I was under the assumption that these were put in, in the medical industrial complex. But I guess this is something that they can break into your house and insert into you, which makes a little bit of sense because like my pets all have a chip.
Well, years ago it was like that years ago it was the chip technology where you had to be chipped, but now it's nanotechnology. So they could sneak into your house and put it in your shampoo or put it in your toothpaste or put it in your mouthwash or put it in your food and or inhale it somehow over your HVAC or any manner of ways it could enter your system with the nanotechnology and you're hooked up. We're already a wide area body network.
Which makes sense.
I think my technology, those two spots, clearly I didn't have anything on my neck, so he didn't say, "Oh, do you have something on your neck?" You know, but that was lit up, but there was nothing on my neck. So I'm assuming that was a chip, and I didn't have anything in my back pocket, and I'm assuming that was another chip on my hip. So that I'm assuming that was old technology, but I'm aware of the state of the art technology as well as you are. You know, all the nanotechnology and the wide body area network too.
There's also, which this stems into just my background about the story that I have about my friend that had the top secret clearance for the Department of Defense that was making the laser guns, his word, and that they had the ability at this point they had a laser gun that could tell your blood alcohol level from a very far distance, and that it was so, clearly unconstitutional for illegal search and seizure that their company couldn't sell it to any law enforcement or anything at the time. And so then I found something that was from the government that was put out that they had spent a bunch of money on that with lasers, trying to do that with sound, to do sound and different things with the lasers. Yeah. And so I believe they have a lot more laser technology than is being acknowledged by the TI community currently, just because there's not a lot of information about it. I do think that that's what the new technology is, and possibly with, of course, tying into the satellites and the space program and all that. But it's definitely, I don't think everybody has an implant. But again, I don't have a scan where I can say that I don't. So I'm not going to say that until I know for sure. And I am getting, some different imaging and different things going on. I've gone to a neurologist and was just straight with her. I'm like, I've worked for the government. I believe that I have Havana syndrome, So I'm going to get some different imaging done, and then I guess I will find out if I have one or not.
Right.
Hi. Can everyone hear me?
Welcome.
Okay. Shiloh, I wanted to ask, since you were in the, Congress, well, not in Congress, but worked for someone, do you see a lot of times how people, they really get their issues and causes to be forefront to the world? What would be the best way for TIs to get that same exposure? Because we're all in the background doing what we're doing, but we're not coming out with it, so that, especially now, with the 702, when issues and bills are up for voting on, people go up in high numbers, or if even not in high numbers, they go up and they make known of the cause. They make people aware of the cause of how important the cause is. And we're doing nothing while the bill 702 is being drafted. And, whatever the new information on 702 is, they voted on it already, I guess. But all this time we did nothing to go up there every day and let the American people know really what's happening. People don't know about what's really happening.
Yes, I agree with you. I think the best, plan to actually get our voices heard and to do what you're talking about is lobbying, which of course takes money, and a lot of us together to get the lobbying and the legislation written. And it's not. We're working up to that. That's actually what I'm doing with the the Remote Workers Association and this phone call, building this platform. But you're right. We have to get in on the end, at the beginning of this is where lobby comes in, where we have the legislation, where we bring it to, for example, Wyden, who is already in on this. He's one of the good guys. And we, hand them legislation. And then as a powerful group, that's the thing, we need to group together. And I know TIs, it's hard because a lot of us, are in different stages of the program, but we really need to work on those that are beyond the hyper-vigilant stage, to where everyone's a perp, everyone's a this, and that whole thing that you go through, And once you get past that in the program, we need to band together, no matter what our politics are. These are issues that are affecting every single one of us. It doesn't matter if you're team blue or team red. It's somebody else mentioned, I'm tired of them doing this, but they do. It's part of the propaganda. And these are issues that affect every single one of us. And it just reminds me of that, like, until it happens to you, number one, you don't really understand what you have no idea. And I even worked for Congress, and people asked me, do you know, like, did anybody come in there and tell you these things? And hands down, no. I never had anyone tell me the word targeted individual. I never had anyone. I had someone call in that was a little paranoid that I thought at the time had mental health issues, but she did not mention anything about targeting or anything. She just didn't like that we transferred her to a different office, which was closer to her, which would be better. She can go to the person that's right there instead of, 5 hours away. And then another situation was a guy came in who was on the no-fly list, and this was before they gave you a way to get off there was, no due process at all. And it wasn't my case, but it was my colleague, and when he wrote to the TSA and told them, why is this guy on the no-fly list and he can't fly, and, what's going on? And so they actually came into the office. And I was in there, but I didn't know. I mean, I saw the guy come in. I just didn't. It wasn't my case. It wasn't in my office. And so my friend came in and said, that was just the TSA or TSC. I don't know which one actually now. And told me, he said, remember that case I have of the guy that's on the no-fly list over in Corrales? Well, they just came in and told me not to pursue that any further because that guy is a really bad guy, and, like, they can't tell me the information about him, but he is not a good guy, and on and on and on. And so, which never happened. But that is the only two things that I know of that we got regarding casework, unless there was someone else that I was aware of. But inside of my district office, that was the only two incidents in the whole 8 years that I was there that had anything to do with PIs. And since that time, obviously, they've given you some due process to get off the no-fly list, but then the rest of it we can't get off of. And so I agree with you. The lobbying has to come at the beginning so that we write the legislation, or we get a lawyer to write it, or a legislator, and present it to them, which protects us from these things, and also that third party. All of these things need to be put together in legislation, because there are like 10 laws that are allowing this. It's not just FISA 702 or the Patriot Act. It's more. There's at least 10 laws, and then they're using that third party, like, it's not my data, so I don't have to get a warrant, sort of thing. And so if we can get together and, not argue about the things that don't matter and band together, and, we really, that's our only way. That is, if we want to be powerful, we have to do it together and just only focus on the things that are going to get this program taken away, instead of who's a perp and who's not a real person. This person is bad. And it's like, my God, it's so exhausting. But I also understand when you're in that. I wasn't in the TI community when I was going through the ring of fire and through whatever it is that they do to you that causes that. I wasn't part of the TI community. So the people that, but then I recognize and can see when that's happening to someone. So again, put the people that are not in the ring of fire right now on the front lines showing up, because we can articulate better what's going on. The people that are in the ring of fire, they purposely set you up so you do look crazy, like you don't, and now that you see it and you know what's going on, you can't complete a thought. You don't sleep. Like, all of these things are physiologically going to make you be crazy, not because you are crazy, but because your body needs sleep. Your body needs real food. Your body needs, not to be in fight or flight. You need safety and security, or you can't. If they have you always like that, it's exhausting. So again, for the people that are not in that particular position right now, we need to be the ones on the front line, because unfortunately there are people that are TIs that are real TIs that are acting up in Congress, like getting kicked out of Congress, and they know about it, and I'm on the list, and they kicked me out, and I'm like, you can't go in there and scream to them. You can't. You can't show up.
So they are doing that. They are letting their senators or House Rep members know.
There are TIs that are showing up that are not. It's not effective, and it's not going to help because it's not showing up at a congressional office is probably one of the last things I would suggest to do, unless it is like a protest of all of us together when Congress is in. You mean?
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Why don't we do that? We would get the publicity from the news and everybody, free publicity that we're not able to get now. My
suggestion was we latch onto the Free Assange people and all those organizations for Free Assange. Yes. And we go on the day that Free Assange goes and stop holding on to this August date. It's starting to annoy me at this point. Congress is not in session in August. I don't care if the Brits do it. We have to do it when Congress is in session. And let's grab a couple other groups that are related to the TIs like Assange. Anyone else you can think of that's related to the TIs. And let's go with them, all of us.
Is it a large Assange group?
They're pretty large.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's a lot of people that are trying to free Assange because he's on that subject's on the conservative outlet a lot. But one of the things that you said that really piqued my interest is that if you go to the Congress, just the district Congress, did you work for the district or did you work for in Washington?
I worked mostly in the district. I did work in Washington a little bit, but yeah, I was a district.
So you know how that works. And were you like one of the assistants to the congressman?
Yes.
See, that's who I was dealing with at this congressman here, and she was so awesome, and she was really wanting to help me. I could tell, and she believed me. And that's before I knew the real depthness of it. And what do you think she meant by this, Shiloh? She said, "Now you shouldn't be getting any more trouble in your area. You shouldn't be getting stalked anymore." And I thought that's a strange thing to say.
Well, I would say that there are, being an assistant like that, we do have some power, or, I did have some power over the people, the offices and the people who have to answer to Congress. Not every agency like the FBI, I could write to them 1,000 times and they don't even have to answer me. They don't have to answer Congress like that. And so if I wrote to the Social Security, they wrote me back with a respectful letter. So if I made a phone call over there at so that worked a lot of the time to get things moving, just to be like, hi, this is the congressman would like to know what's going on with this case. And so that worked. But it doesn't work with the FBI. It doesn't work with, other different things. So she may have gotten.
She had actually called the sheriff's department because I hadn't had a chance to even get to the sheriff. And in fact, I was being pretty much blocked to get even in front of him. And she told me she called the sheriff, and I was like, well, I haven't heard from the sheriff. And she said, she don't know. I said, you see how deep this thing? She said something's going on that's really nefarious. So, but with your contacts, that because you know this field, I don't. Do you think that by any chance, if you would call people's district offices and talk to their assistants because you used to be in that arena, that might put a fire under them actually taking the person serious in that district or whatever?
I think the best place for me is to help on the lobbying end. I think that's where our voices are heard the most as a community, like the TI lobbyist person, because yes, they do go in there. And they build the relationship, on day one. And so I do think that would be effective, but not in the way it's just a slight change into lobbying instead of just going into the district offices, because those are, that's your individual case. And I can tell you, if I go in for your case right now, they will never speak to me. You have to be like a family member or an actual representative or an attorney or whatever. I can't just talk to somebody who comes in about somebody else's case. But again, I do understand it. I would have to get a little bit more training. And the thing with lobbyists is that they already have their little network. It would benefit the TI community to pay a lobbyist or pay someone, and then also get a couple of these people, which Derek had mentioned on his call, that he had some people in D.C. And so if there's some people that could.
Are you there?
Hello?
I think we lost her. Oh. I don't know.
Well, we're doing our job right, then. We're doing something good.
Sorry.